This is Bone Chillers to disturb your dreams. Dare to join us? Click subscribe, ring the bell. But remember, we cannot guarantee your safety from the nightmares that await. Prepare to be thrilled, chilled, and filled with a sense of dread you'll find nowhere else. Welcome to the darkness. We've been waiting.
Terror in the Tundra. God's ice sculptures, Carl mused, watching the Arctic dawn break over the crystalline glaciers. The isolation of their remote research station was formidable, yet the untouched beauty of the frozen tundra held a strange appeal. Their mission was mundane, extracting ice cores to study the Earth's climate history, until they chanced upon an unanticipated anomaly. A meter-wide cylinder of translucent blue ice, refracting the dim Arctic light in spectral glimmers, contained an enigmatic figure. Hovering in its icy prison, a creature of chilling terror was perfectly preserved. It had a milk-white body that reflected an eerie luminescence, 2 rows of needle-sharp teeth that hinted at predatory instincts, and bulbous glowing red eyes that held an otherworldly menace. Adorned in a spacesuit of an unknown material, the sight of it struck a bone-deep chill into the team. The alien's dormant presence created an undercurrent of fear within the station. Carl, an experienced biologist, convinced the team to thaw the being slowly, a delicate procedure aiming to preserve this scientific marvel. However, as the ice began to melt, the creature's eyes suddenly blinked open, casting a ghastly red glow around the lab. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The warmth in the station was sucked out, replaced by an unnatural sub-zero chill that instantly frosted their breaths and numbed their fingers. The alien was not merely a creature of the cold, it was a master manipulator of it. A shrill scream pierced the icy silence as Elsa, their geologist, became the first victim. She was caught in a blizzard originating from the alien, her body freezing solid within seconds, a horrified expression forever etched on her face. Panic ensued, but the Arctic creature was just getting started. One by one, team members fell, the station turning into a macabre gallery of human ice statues. Terrifyingly, the creature showed intelligence, isolating its victims by manipulating the environment and plunging different sections of the station into deadly cold. As the body count grew, hope dwindled. Carl knew they had to fight back. The creature might control the cold, but they were scientists, trained to think, adapt, and overcome. They began crafting a plan, studying the creature's patterns and behavior, and utilizing what they could in their limited Arctic environment. They noticed that the creature needed time to recharge after a significant temperature drop, and it appeared to avoid the station's greenhouse, a small heated dome that housed their food crops. Carl surmised that the greenhouse's consistently high temperatures were its weakness. The 3 remaining crew, Carl, physicist Dr. Lee, and engineer Roy, devised a desperate plan. Roy modified the station's heating system, creating a makeshift incendiary device capable of releasing a burst of extreme heat. However, it required manual activation and would take time to reach full potential, time they didn't have. As the alien moved relentlessly towards them, Carl made a decision. "Get to the greenhouse," he told Lee and Roy. "I'll lead it away, buy you some time." Lee protested, but Carl was firm. Handing over the makeshift device, he stepped into the icy corridors, offering himself to the cold. He barely felt the freezing tendrils creeping over him, his focus solely on the monstrous figure drawing near. Its eyes burned bright, a predator closing on its prey. But Carl held his ground. His sacrifice bought precious time, and as his vision blurred, he saw a brilliant flash. In the greenhouse, Lee and Roy activated the incendiary. A wave of heat surged through the station, the sudden temperature spike sending the creature into agonizing convulsions. Its red eyes dimmed as it collapsed, the milk-white body shriveling and desiccating. The alien threat neutralized, the survivors mourned their frozen companions. Carl's sacrifice had been essential, his frozen form bearing a noble, resigned expression, a haunting reminder of the terror they had faced. "Carl was right," Lee whispered, staring out into the icy tundra. "They're God's ice sculptures, all of them, and we're the living proof of their story. Rescue teams arrived days later, the harrowing tale of the Arctic station serving as a chilling warning. Humanity had always viewed the tundra as a harsh, hostile environment, but as they learned, there were far more terrifying entities lurking within the ice, waiting for the warmth of discovery to awaken.
Tunnels of London. I'm a historian, intrigued by the forgotten and lost. My latest pursuit led me to London, its underbelly woven with tunnels and secrets. As an explorer of these underground corridors, I've encountered artifacts, relics, and histories many wouldn't believe, but nothing could have prepared me for the tunnel men. Determined to decode their mystery, I delved deeper, further into London's bowels. My usual tools, a map of antiquated underground systems, a powerful flashlight and a notebook, my companions in the dank, silent labyrinth. It was late August when I began exploring a previously unknown network. An insidious cold permeated these tunnels, a stark contrast to the summer warmth above. An old newspaper clipping, the date faded, spoke of strange disappearances. People vanished as if swallowed by the city. A line at the bottom gave me chills. Beware the tunnel men. Whispers grew louder as I ventured further. The tunnel walls closed in on me, the path winding like a serpent's coil. My light played upon the walls where shadows flickered, grotesque and dancing. One evening I turned a corner and gasped. Figures crudely etched into the walls, hunched and twisted. The tunnel men. I traced their outlines, feeling the grooves and pits, the humanity in their deformity. That's when I heard it, the echoes of dragging feet, a guttural chant. The terror was visceral, a primal fear that choked me, but I was drawn towards it, hypnotized. I crept closer, heart pounding in my chest. The tunnel opened up into a vast chamber. My light illuminated a sight that froze my blood. Beings disfigured and gnarled, their skin a pallid hue against the dark. They moved with an eerie grace, their raspy voices blending into a haunting melody that reverberated off the stone walls. The tunnel men. They were a society untouched by time, an ancient community mutated by the darkness. I watched, hidden as they communicated, interacted. Every above-ground disappearance, I realized, was not an accident, but a perpetuation of their lineage. I couldn't tear my eyes away from a particular scene. One of them, larger, his features heavily distorted, cradled something. A human? No, not just any human, the missing child from last week's papers. The reality was horrifying, the implications even worse. The child was their newest recruit. I stumbled back, my horror echoing off the walls. Instantly all activity ceased. The silence was deafening. I held my breath, waiting. The largest one turned, its eyes a piercing white in the dark. It knew. And he wasn't alone. The eyes of the tunnel men glowed in the darkness, dozens of them, a chilling constellation. A predator and their prey. I was the trespasser, the invader. A guttural command echoed and they advanced. Terror lent me wings. I turned and fled, their haunting chorus in my ears, their echoes chasing me. I navigated the tunnels, fueled by pure adrenaline. I could hear them, their feet scraping the stones, their breaths ragged and excited. I emerged into the world of the living, gasping for breath. The moon shone down on me, the city noises distant yet comforting. I collapsed, my body shaking, the image of the child and the tunnel men etched into my mind. That night I fled London, leaving behind my pursuit of the unknown. The tunnels had revealed their secrets, and it was a knowledge too dreadful to bear. Now I write this account not as a warning but as a plea. Beware the tunnel men, for they are not mere stories. They exist in the shadows of London, a chilling reminder of the city's dark underbelly. Beware, for they are always watching, always waiting, and if you stray too far, you might just become a part of their forgotten world. The screamers. Every day I'd immerse myself in the symphony of sound, deciphering harmonies from hushed whispers and pulsating beats. As an audio engineer, my world was shaped by the unseen melodies that drifted through the air. Yet the day I first heard the screamers, everything changed. It was a Tuesday. I was mastering an album for a local indie band, a tedious process that involved filtering out any unnecessary sounds to achieve the purest audio. As I scrubbed through the tracks, an eerie, high-pitched wail shivered through the studio speakers. It was a screeching caterwaul, otherworldly, something no human could ever produce. I shrugged it off as an anomaly, a glitch in the software perhaps. But then it began to happen again and again on every recording I processed. Regardless of the audio, soothing jazz, kids' audiobooks, even political podcasts, that hair-raising scream seemed to be omnipresent. It was always at the same frequency, too high for normal human ears, but with my equipment I could hear it, the spectral siren wail that made my spine quiver. My curiosity peaked, and dread quickly followed suit. I isolated the sound, the torturous high-pitched scream, and began to analyze it. I spent days tweaking and adjusting, trying to decode the hidden message in this spectral frequency. The more I listened, the more I became entranced, obsessed with the screaming. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. The screams dominated my every thought. It wasn't long before the screaming broke free from my studio. At first it was subtle, the murmur of the radio, the hum of the microwave, even the rustle of leaves carried a hint of the haunting sound. Then it became more pronounced. It bled into everything, echoing in each sound that reached my ears, the world sounding like a broken record that only played one heart-wrenching, high-pitched scream. I tried to escape. I traveled far away from civilization, away from the cacophony of life. But even there, amidst the silent woods, I heard them. The spectral beings, the screamers. They were everywhere, in every sound. My haven had become my hell. I consulted with experts, audiologists, paranormal investigators, anyone who might have an answer. But all were left perplexed. Even after I played them the recordings, they heard nothing, only the original audio. It was as though I was the only one who could hear the screamers. By the end of the month, my sanity was fraying at the edges. I was plagued by nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat, the high-pitched screams still ringing in my ears. The screamers were a part of me now. I had let them in. One evening I was in my studio, the screams echoing around me, a cacophonous chorus of unseen spectres. I was on the verge of a breakdown when something shifted. The screams began to harmonize, forming a chilling melody, a symphony of anguish. And then I understood. The screamers were not malevolent. They were not here to torment me. They were lost souls, trapped in an eternal echo, their pain forever imprinted in the frequencies of the world. They just wanted to be heard, to have their anguish acknowledged. The screamers were not the monsters. They were the victims. I have accepted my fate. I am the voice of the voiceless, the hearer of the unheard. I share their stories, spreading their spectral symphony to those who will listen. Perhaps one day their screams will fade, their torment finally come to an end. I've learned to live with the screams, to understand them. It's a haunting lullaby that accompanies me throughout my existence. I am no longer just an audio engineer. I am a listener, a medium for the spectral beings whose tormented cries exist in frequencies beyond the human range. So next time you listen to a recording, know that there might be more than what meets the ear. The screamers are out there, their screams carried on the wind, waiting for the next listener to tune in. And perhaps, just like me, you might start to hear the unheard.
Tales from the Night Driver. Stories from the asphalt jungle don't get scarier than this. After dark, when the City of Angels sleeps and its underbelly awakens, I come alive. I'm an Uber driver. My name isn't important, call me the Night Driver. It started on a sweltering August night. The heat had given way to an eerie chill. An alert on my phone, a passenger request. Rider 0, it read, the pickup, a forgotten alley off Sunset Boulevard. When I arrived, there she was, cloaked in an odd ethereal glow. She was beautiful yet haunting. A white lace dress clung to her petite frame, an eerie contrast to her raven black hair. Her eyes sparkled emerald, full of mystery and melancholy. She climbed into the back seat, the car's interior cooling at her presence. "The observatory," she commanded, her voice a wispy echo. Our trips became a recurring nocturnal pattern. She would enter, silent as the grave, leaving only a cryptic prophecy behind. "A star will fall tomorrow," she'd murmur one night. The next day, news broke. A renowned Hollywood actor was found dead in his Beverly Hills mansion. Her predictions were never wrong, and as they played out with terrifying precision, I started fearing my nightly passenger. I felt the icy tendrils of dread every time the familiar Rider 0 flashed on my phone. One night she entered the car, her aura seemed darker. The observatory, our usual destination, was replaced by the Santa Monica Pier. Her voice trembled as she uttered, "Water will claim its due tonight." My sleep was haunted by images of tsunamis, of floods sweeping away everything. I woke up to the news of a water main break in downtown LA. The streets were rivers, people's lives washed away in its destructive path. Her prophecy, horrifyingly, was true once again. Despite my fear, I felt compelled to understand this spectral passenger. I tried researching, digging into LA's old lore, anything that could explain her existence. Yet, she remained an enigma, her presence confined to my car's back seat, her existence as elusive as her forewarnings. One evening, Rider Zero appeared again. This time, she was more forlorn. Her usual glow had dulled, her eyes were hollow. As we passed the luminescent LA skyline, she murmured, "Tonight, the city of angels weeps." My heart pounded. What horror was to unfold tonight? As I dropped her off at the deserted pier, her gaze met mine in the rearview mirror, holding a sorrow I'd never seen before. That night, a monstrous wildfire erupted, reducing a large portion of LA to cinders, its glow reflecting in the tears of its inhabitants. She didn't appear for a week after that, a week of respite from her ominous predictions. But when Rider Zero pinged again on my phone, my blood turned cold. I picked her up from her usual alley. Her eyes met mine, and I knew tonight was different. As the car hummed through the sleeping city, she finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "The night driver's journey ends tonight." I swerved, nearly crashing the car. Was this my prophecy? Was this the night I die? I felt a chilling certainty. As we approached the observatory, the car seemed to move on its own accord. She stepped out, turning to face me. "This is your last ride, night driver," she said, her voice laced with an odd mix of sadness and relief. My heart pounded as I sped down the desolate roads, every shadow a potential death. As the night wore on, the fear gave way to resignation. I was ready for the end. As dawn broke, the exhaustion consumed me. I returned home, my eyes heavy with sleep and acceptance. But as I closed my eyes, I awoke not in the afterlife, but in my bed, greeted by the bright LA sun. Her prophecy didn't come true. I was alive. And Rider Zero never pinged on my phone again. In the end, she had given me a gift. A second chance, freed from the endless nights of dread and prophecies. Her existence remained an unsolved mystery, but her legacy was clear. Every night as I walked the streets of the city I nearly left, I remember the Phantom Rider, a spectral reminder of the tales from my days as the night driver.
The Black Dog. My name's Mike. I'm a long-haul trucker, but lately I've become something else as well. A harbinger of death, courtesy of the Black Dog. That's what I call it. A hulking beast, materializing at the corner of my headlights, lurking in the shadows of America's loneliest highways. It started on a frigid night in North Dakota. The highway was slick with black ice, and the only lights for miles were my headlights. That's when I first saw it, a canine monstrosity, large as a bull, eyes that shimmered like moonlit pools of oil. As soon as it appeared, it vanished into the darkness, leaving behind nothing but the echo of a low, mournful howl. A mile down the road, I found the wreck. A car twisted into an unrecognizable hunk of metal. Skid marks leading off the icy road into a copse of bare trees. The first responders arrived in the morning, but they found no survivors. I didn't connect the dots then. Over the next few weeks, the Black Dog made frequent appearances. Always in the dead of night, always shortly before an accident. A tanker truck jackknifed in Tennessee. A family minivan rollover in Utah. All of them, deadly. I tried to tell people, but who'd believe me? A trucker who sees a giant black dog before horrific accidents. So, I kept quiet and carried the burden myself. The loneliness, always a loyal friend, now turned into my worst enemy. One night, I found myself cruising through Arizona's barren deserts. The road stretched out before me, seemingly endless, like a snake that swallowed its own tail. I was pushing through my third Red Bull, chasing it with the bitter taste of regret. The CB radio crackled, breaking the suffocating silence, and then I saw it. There it was, a black silhouette against the indigo night, its eyes burning into mine. The Black Dog. I felt my skin prickle, my heart hammering against my chest as the radio squawked with an urgent message. 10 to 33 at mile marker 135. All units in proximity, please respond. I was approaching mile marker 134. My blood ran cold. I pushed the pedal to the metal, my truck roaring in protest. I had to get there. I had to prevent it this time. As I rounded the bend, my headlights cut through the darkness, revealing a station wagon stalled in the middle of the road, a family huddled inside. I honked my horn, frantically signaling them to move, but they looked up at me, paralyzed like deer in headlights. That's when I heard it, the thunderous roar of an 18-wheeler, fast approaching, its driver oblivious to the disaster waiting ahead. No time to think. I veered my truck onto the oncoming lane, flashing my lights wildly, hoping to catch the other trucker's attention. It worked, but too well. The trucker swerved to avoid me, heading straight for the station wagon. Then something miraculous happened. The black dog leaped from the shadows, standing between the oncoming truck and the stranded family. Its form seemed to solidify, becoming an immovable, inky mass. The trucker tried to swerve again, but hit the dog instead. There was an unholy sound, a mix of screeching metal and shattering glass, followed by a deafening silence. The truck lay on its side, a few feet away from the station wagon, the driver stunned but alive. The black dog was nowhere to be seen. From that day, the black dog's appearances ceased. The accident stopped. For a long time, I pondered what happened. Did I dream it all up in my loneliness? Or was the black dog real, an omen or a guardian? I'm not sure. But every now and then, on deserted highways under the pall of the night, I catch a glint of something in my rearview mirror, a pair of eyes shimmering like moonlit pools of oil, watching over me, watching over us all. And I feel less alone.
The Feast of Echoes. The village of Avalea, perched precariously on the edge of a treacherous cliff, was as picturesque as it was isolated. Centuries-old homes nestled amidst sprawling forests, their chimneys exuding spirals of smoke in the chilly air. At the heart of this close-knit community was Lysandra, with beauty that was said to make the morning sun pale in comparison. Yet, as months turned into days, something began to change. First, it was whispers, muted conversations that Lysandra could hear just beyond her earshot. Then voices began to form coherent words, echoing tales of an ancestor, a woman of ravishing beauty, so afraid of losing her youth she consumed human flesh in dark rituals to keep age at bay. Each morning, Lysandra would wake up to find another blemish, another wrinkle. Panic seized her. Could the tales be true? Was she cursed, doomed to see her beauty wane before her very eyes? The more she listened, the more the echoes of the past grew vivid. Hunger. Unending and gnawing, it clawed at her insides. No meal satiated her. She grew thin, her once lush hair now limp, her radiant skin sallow. But the voices were ever present, urging, tempting. Preserve what is yours, they'd hiss. Consume and be reborn. Elias, a young historian with a penchant for lore, noticed the changes in Lysandra. Intrigued, he scoured the village records, hunting for any hint of the chilling tales Lysandra seemed plagued by. In an old manuscript, hidden away in the dusty attic of the village library, he discovered the story of Ilara, an ancestor of Lysandra. The text detailed Ilara's descent into madness and her insatiable thirst for eternal beauty. The hints were clear. The echoes Lysandra heard were not mere figments. They were memories etched into the fabric of time. As Elias pieced together the fragments of the past, the village was swept up in a wave of paranoia. People began to vanish. First, it was old Miss Berwick, a lonely widow who lived at the end of the lane. Then young Tom, who'd gone to fetch water and never returned. Rumours abounded, and fingers were pointed. But it was when Elias chanced upon Lysandra in the woods, her lips smeared with blood, that the horrific truth dawned on him. Lysandra had become a prisoner to the echoes. Seduced by their promises, she sought out the very souls of those she believed would restore her youth. Her once shining eyes now reflected an abyss of darkness. Elias knew he had to act. Confronting Lysandra, he showed her the ancient manuscript, begging her to read Ilara's fate. As she skimmed through the pages, her hand trembling, the realization hit her. Ilara's quest for beauty had left her isolated, feared, and eventually taken by the very village she preyed upon. Determined to break the cycle, Elias and Lysandra ventured deep into the forest, seeking the heart of the echoes, the very spot where Elara had conducted her dark feasts. There, amid a clearing bathed in moonlight, stood a dilapidated altar, covered in moss and age. With heavy hearts, they began a counter-ritual, using herbs Elias had gathered, combined with a pledge of their love and protection for the village. The air grew cold, and the echoes emerged, manifesting as shadowy wraiths swirling angrily around them. The voices screamed in protest, but as Lysandra resisted their call, their power waned. With a final ear-splitting shriek, the echoes dissipated, leaving the forest in eerie silence. Lysandra's curse was lifted, but the scars of her actions remained. While her beauty returned, she bore the weight of her deeds, choosing to isolate herself from the village she had wronged. Elias, heartbroken yet resolute, took upon himself the task of keeping the tale alive, ensuring that no other soul would fall prey to the feast of echoes. Years later, as children huddled around fires, listening to tales of the beautiful woman who walked the woods seeking forgiveness, they'd whisper a prayer for Lysandra, a soul trapped between love and a curse, forever echoing through time. The silent scream. Anna, a 10-year-old with bright eyes and jet-black hair, had always been mute. It wasn't that she chose not to speak, but rather that no sound ever came from her lips. Regardless, she'd learned to communicate with her family in her own ways, through writing, gestures, and facial expressions. One cold, foggy evening, Anna's family moved into an old Victorian house on Elm Street. From the outside, the house was an architect's masterpiece, with tall spires, ornate carvings, and stained glass windows. However, on the inside, the air was dense, and the creaks of the wood echoed through its spacious rooms. Anna's first night in the house was restless. In the silence of the dark, her eyes darted to a silhouette standing at the foot of her bed, an entity with hollowed eyes and a ghastly smile that stretched impossibly wide. Paralyzed with fear, she tried to scream, but as always, no sound came out. The entity seemed to revel in Anna's terror. It leaned closer, its eyes fixated on hers. Just as it was about to touch her, it vanished. The first rays of dawn streamed through the window, and Anna found herself alone in her room. The next day, she tried to warn her family. She sketched the entity on a paper and showed it to her mother, but her mother simply assumed Anna was adjusting to the new home and her imagination was running wild. Anna's gestures and panicked expressions were dismissed. As days turned to weeks, the entity made its presence more pronounced. It never harmed Anna, but it lurked around her family, growing closer each night. Anna could see the entity whispering into her younger brother's ear as he slept, wrapping its cold fingers around her father's neck as he read the newspaper, or dancing menacingly behind her mother as she cooked. One evening, as Anna sat drawing in the living room, she witnessed her mother suddenly clutch her chest, gasping for air. Her mother looked around, panicked, but saw nothing. Anna realized that the entity's influence was becoming tangible. It was not just an apparition. It could cause real harm. That night, Anna took matters into her own hands. She decided to confront the entity. Armed with salt and a white candle, things she'd read about in a book about warding off evil spirits, she sat in the middle of her room, the only light coming from the candle's soft glow. Hours passed, and just as Anna was about to lose hope, the temperature dropped. The entity emerged from the shadows, its ghastly smile wider than ever. Anna's heart raced, but she remained determined. Remembering what she had read, Anna formed a circle of salt around herself. The entity seemed hesitant, unable to cross the barrier. Anna took a deep breath, trying to communicate without words. She thought of all the love and protection she felt for her family and channeled that energy towards the entity. The entity recoiled, as if her emotions were a tangible force. It screeched silently, a horrifying sound that only Anna could perceive. With tears streaming down her face, Anna took the candle and threw it at the entity. The moment the flame touched it, the entity erupted into a brilliant light, illuminating the room. Anna shielded her eyes, and when she finally dared to look, it was gone. The next morning, the house felt different. The air was lighter and the dense atmosphere had lifted. Anna's family noticed the change too, but they attributed it to the sunny weather outside. Anna never saw the entity again. However, the memories of those terrifying nights remained etched in her mind. She started taking speech therapy, determined to find her voice. Over time, Anna began to produce faint sounds, and with persistence, she eventually spoke her first word. Her family was overjoyed, believing it was the new environment that had catalyzed this change. But Anna knew better. She had found her voice not because of the new home, but because of the silent scream she had let out in the face of pure evil, a scream that had saved her family and vanquished the malevolent entity forever.
The Garden's Curse. In the quiet town of Draycott, renowned botanist Professor Charles Redford was on the brink of a historic discovery. Deep within the heart of his sprawling garden, hidden amidst a myriad of exotic species, he uncovered a plant unlike any he'd ever seen. It had iridescent leaves, luminescent under moonlight, and blood-red flowers with a pulsating glow. His studies revealed it to be the Eternum flori, a mythical species said to grant everlasting life. Not entirely convinced, but nonetheless intrigued, Charles ingested a single petal. The very next day, he felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. Convinced of the plant's abilities, he hurriedly prepared a concoction for his beloved family, his wife Eleanor, and their 2 children, Clara and Henry. Days turned into weeks, then months, and Charles watched in astonishment as his family seemed to defy the passage of time. Their skin remained smooth, their eyes sparkled, and their energy was boundless. There was just one problem. While they remained ageless, Charles himself began to change. His once sleek brown hair transformed, first into a mossy green, then into tendrils resembling fine plant roots. His fingers grew long and vine-like, twisting and turning of their own accord. His skin began to adopt a woody texture, and patches of green moss speckled his face and arms. Charles became alarmed and delved deeper into his research. He unearthed ancient texts that told of the Eternum flori and its terrible curse. While the plant gifted immortality to those who consumed it, the one who discovered and shared its magic would be condemned to become a guardian of the Eternum flori, forever bound to the earth as a sentient plant. In despair, Charles locked himself in his study, poring over books and ancient manuscripts, desperately seeking a cure. Eleanor, growing ever more concerned, tried to comfort him. "Perhaps this is a new chapter for us, my love," she whispered. But Charles could see the creeping terror in her eyes, could see the unspoken dread of watching her husband become a part of his garden. Late one night, Charles found a glimmer of hope in a dusty old tome. It spoke of a ritual to reverse the effects of the Eternum flori, but it came with a steep price, the sacrifice of the agelessness granted to others. Charles hesitated, torn between his love for his family and the terror of his transformation. In the dead of night, as the moonlight cast eerie shadows over the garden, Charles approached the Eternum flori. As he chanted the incantations, the plant began to quiver, its flowers wilting and its luminescence fading. Eleanor, Clara, and Henry, sensing something amiss, rushed to the garden. They arrived just in time to see Charles, now more plant than man, uprooting the Eternum flori. With a cry, Eleanor lunged towards him, but the garden seemed to come alive, restraining her with tendrils and vines. The ritual complete, the Eternum flori shriveled and died, releasing a burst of ethereal energy that enveloped Charles and his family. Morning light revealed a garden transformed. The exotic plants and trees had vanished, leaving only common flowers and shrubs in their place. Eleanor, Clara, and Henry, now bearing the subtle signs of aging, found themselves in a circle surrounding a magnificent tree at the garden's heart. The tree was unlike any other, with bark resembling human skin and branches that seemed to twist and contort in agony. Upon the tree's trunk they found a face, a wooden, sorrowful visage with an unmistakable resemblance to Charles. Eleanor, tears streaming down her face, touched the tree tenderly. "You sacrificed your freedom for us?" she whispered. Clara and Henry, tears in their eyes, clung to the tree, the weight of their father's sacrifice heavy on their hearts. The town of Draycott remembered Charles as a brilliant botanist who disappeared under mysterious circumstances, but for Eleanor, Clara, and Henry, the garden bore a permanent reminder of the man who loved them enough to sacrifice himself and the haunting curse of the Eternum flori.
Frostbite's embrace. The skies were growing darker, the biting cold intensified with every passing minute. The Holloways were trapped inside their cabin in the mountains, caught in the blizzard's ruthless grip. On the third day of the storm, Daniel, the eldest son, ventured outside to gather firewood. Struggling against the forceful gusts, he stumbled upon something unexpected, a perfectly sculpted ice statue of a woman. The detail was breathtaking, each delicate curl of her hair, the slight curve of her lips, and the serene expression on her face. Captivated, Daniel decided to carry it back to the cabin, thinking it would bring some amusement to the dreary days. The family gathered around, mesmerized. Who could have carved such beauty in the middle of this storm, wondered Clara, Daniel's younger sister. Their parents, Martha and John, speculated that perhaps a stranded artist had sought shelter and left behind their creation. By the evening, the cabin grew colder. Despite the roaring fire and layers of wool, a deep chill seemed to emanate from the sculpture, enveloping the room. The next morning, Clara was the first to wake up. She found her mother motionless in her bed. Her skin was pale, and a touch confirmed her fears. Martha was frozen solid. Panic set in, and screams echoed as Clara alerted the rest of the family. Their efforts to revive Martha proved futile. The room's temperature continued to plummet, as though winter itself had seeped through the walls. Daniel cast a wary glance at the ice statue, now slightly melted but retaining its form. Its once placid expression seemed altered, with the faintest hint of a smile. An eerie suspicion crept into his mind, but he dismissed it as paranoia. That night, the family huddled together for warmth, their spirits crushed by grief. John decided to sleep beside the statue, mesmerized by its beauty and hoping its presence would provide a distraction from the sorrow. Morning light revealed another frozen figure. John lay motionless, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and awe. Now the connection was undeniable. The ice sculpture was no ordinary creation. The statue appeared even more lifelike, its icy sheen replaced by the soft glow of skin. Its chest rose and fell slightly, mimicking breath. The eyes seemed to gleam with a mysterious light. Daniel decided it was time to get rid of the cursed object. But as he approached, a chilling force gripped him, paralyzing his limbs. Unable to move, he watched in horror as the statue's fingers reached out to touch him. A cold rush flooded his senses, and everything went dark. Clara, witnessing her brother's fate, felt a dread like no other. Alone, she faced the menacing presence of the Ice Woman. The statue's transformation was nearly complete. It stepped off its pedestal, its movements fluid and graceful. Clara could see her family's life force in the creature's eyes. "Who are you?" Clara whispered, her voice trembling. "I am the spirit of the winter," it replied, its voice cold and haunting. "Trapped in ice, waiting for the warmth of souls to set me free." "Why my family?" The spirit smiled. "Your brother brought me here. I take what I need." Overwhelmed, Clara devised a desperate plan. She lit the fireplace, adding logs until flames roared. Then, taking a risk, she approached the Ice Woman, feigning a surrender. As the creature reached out to embrace her, Clara suddenly pushed it towards the fire. The creature screamed, a chilling wail that echoed through the cabin, as it melted away. But Clara's victory was short-lived. The intense cold the creature had radiated seeped into her bones. With her remaining strength, she crawled towards the hearth, hoping the fire's warmth would save her. Days later, when the storm subsided, a rescue team arrived. They found the cabin eerily cold, and inside, 4 frozen figures. Clara was closest to the fire, a look of determination frozen on her face. Outside, near the woodpile, they discovered the remnants of an ice sculpture, its details washed away. It appeared to be of a woman, arms stretched out as if longing for an embrace. The legend of Frostbite's embrace was born, a tale passed down in hushed whispers, a reminder of the merciless power of winter. Moonlit masquerade. At the edge of town stood the hollow mansion, abandoned for years, its stories whispered in hushed tones. So when the silver-embossed invitation arrived at everyone's doorstep, a mix of excitement and dread filled the air. "Join us under the moonlight," it read, "for a masquerade to remember." Who could resist such an invitation? Lila chose a mask of elegant lace with black feathers. Adam wore one that resembled a fierce lion, and Elise had one that glittered like stars in a night sky. The town's residents donned their masks, intrigued by the promise of a night of mystery. The mansion, which had been decaying for as long as anyone could remember, was now lit by countless candles, with music wafting through its grand archways. The ballroom was alive with dancers, their masks hiding smiles, flirts, and winks. As the night progressed, the initial unease gave way to exhilaration. The wine flowed freely, and the dance floor was a swirl of colors and laughter. But Lila began to notice something strange. Adam, usually soft-spoken, was now aggressive, challenging others to duels, his voice booming. Elise, normally shy, danced wildly, her laughter unnerving. Lila touched her own mask, feeling a slight warmth. To her horror, the edges seemed to be fusing with her skin. Panicking, she pulled at it, but it wouldn't budge. Her reflection in a nearby mirror showed her eyes, once confident, now filled with a haunting emptiness. Around her, the transformation was evident in everyone. Their masks weren't mere disguises, they were becoming their new identities. The room, once filled with mirth, was now a cacophony of madness. A masked man, unknown to Lila, approached her with a sinister grin, his mask that of a raven with a long beak. "Lovely night, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice chilling. Lila backed away, her heart pounding. She had to get out. She made her way to the main door, but it was locked. Others, too, had started to realize the horrifying truth and were clawing at their masks, their nails dripping blood. A woman with a mermaid mask screamed as she was dragged into the shadows by a man with a serpent mask, her cries echoing through the mansion. The masked man with the raven beak appeared before Lila again. "Trying to leave so soon? The night is still young." He chuckled, the sound sending shivers down her spine. "What is this? Who are you?" Lila cried. "The mask chooses you," he said, pointing at the now fused lace and feathers on her face. "And you become the mask. Every moonlit masquerade needs its participants, forever." Lila thought of her friends, her family, all lost to the madness of the masks. There had to be a way out. Remembering an old tale about the mansion, she recalled a secret exit in the cellar. She made her way down, each step echoing in the silent darkness. The cold dampness of the cellar enveloped her, but she pressed on. There, hidden behind a stack of old barrels, she found the exit. With every ounce of strength, she pushed it open and ran into the night. The mansion loomed behind her, its candles flickering as screams of the trapped echoed through the woods. Lila tore at her mask again, and to her surprise, it loosened. She pulled it off, gasping in pain, her face raw and bleeding. The mask crumbled to dust in her hands. Morning broke, and Lila, her face bandaged, led the town's sheriff and his deputies to the mansion. But it stood just as it had for years, abandoned, with no sign of the night's sinister gathering. However, as they were about to leave, the sheriff held up a silver-embossed invitation that read, "Join us under the moonlight for a masquerade to remember." Each year, new invitations arrived, and each year, Lila pleaded with the recipients not to go. But the allure of the moonlit masquerade was irresistible, and every year, under the glow of the moon, the hollow mansion came alive once more.
The revelation at Stillwater Marsh. The sun was shining brilliantly, casting a golden hue over Stillwater Marsh. Birds sang, insects buzzed, and in the midst of this natural symphony, a group of friends laid out a picnic on the banks of a pristine, still lake. Ella, the practical one with a quick wit, spread out sandwiches and fruits, while John, a dreamy-eyed poet, strummed a melancholic tune on his guitar. However, the real centre of attention was Sarah, an archaeologist who had been away on an expedition in the Egyptian deserts. She had returned with tales of ancient civilizations and forgotten prophecies. Suddenly, their carefree laughter was interrupted by a disturbance in the lake. A gasping, gurgling sound followed by the appearance of a ghastly pale creature breaking the surface. Its dark, bulbous eyes seemed lost, soaking in its surroundings with a confused, fearful intensity. The stark whiteness of its waterlogged skin stretched tight over its face, making it seem almost skeletal. Frozen in shock, the group watched as the creature gasped for air, floundering in the shallow water. Sarah's face turned an ashen hue as she recognized it. This cannot be," she whispered, rummaging through her bag. She pulled out a scroll, hastily unfolding it to reveal a faded drawing of the very creature they now saw before them. "This is the Watcher of the Waters," she murmured. Ancient Egyptian prophecies spoke of its emergence as a sign of nature's revenge. John's eyes widened. Revenge for what? "For the audacity of humankind," Sarah responded gravely. The ancient texts warned that when humanity's greed disturbs the balance of nature, the Watcher would rise, heralding a time when nature would turn hostile. As if on cue, dark clouds began gathering overhead. The once serene birds grew silent, replaced by an eerie, menacing wind. The trees began to sway violently, and the waters of the lake lashed out, waves growing bigger by the minute. Over the next few days, the group witnessed the horrors foretold by the prophecy. Wildlife became aggressive, plants grew thorns overnight, and the earth itself seemed to reject any form of human touch, with geysers and sinkholes appearing at random. Driven by a sense of responsibility, Sarah began deciphering the rest of the prophecy. "There's a ritual," she said after hours of poring over texts. "The Watcher must be returned to the depths from where it emerged, but it has to be a willing descent. We cannot force it." The group approached the creature, which had now taken to sitting morosely by the edge of the lake. It seemed as lost and scared as they were, its bulbous eyes filled with sadness. Ella, using sign language, tried to communicate. To their surprise, the Watcher responded, its long fingers mimicking the signs with uncanny precision. Through a series of gestures and drawings in the sand, the creature conveyed its tale. It was a guardian of nature, awakened only when the balance was disrupted. While it did not mean harm, its mere presence caused the environment to react, to warn, and to defend. The Watcher was equally eager to return to its slumber. However, there was a problem. The creature was scared. The last thing it remembered before awakening was the deep, dark abyss, and it was terrified of going back alone. John had an idea. Using the rowboat they had brought for their picnic, he proposed a plan. They would take the Watcher to the center of the lake, to the deepest part, ensuring it didn't feel alone in its descent. With the Watcher seated in the boat, the group rowed out, the waters growing eerily calm as they did. Once they reached the center, the Watcher, after sharing a moment of gratitude with its human saviors, took a deep breath and dived into the depths below. The change was instantaneous. The clouds began to disperse, the animals retreated, and the earth itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Returning to the shore, Sarah carefully rolled up the scroll, a mix of awe and reverence in her eyes. "We've been given a second chance," she murmured. "We must remember, respect, and protect the balance of nature, for if we forget, the Watcher might rise again." And with that, the group packed up their belongings, the tranquility of Stillwater Marsh once again restored, but the lessons of that fateful day forever etched in their hearts. Static whispers. The dim light from Clara's candle cast long, eerie shadows across the room. Peeling wallpapers draped lazily from the aging walls. The mansion's once grandeur had faded, leaving only remnants of a time long gone. But for Clara, this room was a sanctuary. Night after night, she would sit on her old, creaky bed, waiting. From the largest crack in the wall, fingers first emerged, then a long arm, and eventually a tall, gaunt figure with white, almost translucent skin. Its eyes were hollow, mouth agape, revealing an endless void. Instead of being horrified, Clara greeted it warmly. "Hello, old friend." The creature, seemingly stretching from the darkness within the walls, whispered in a static-laden voice. "Hello, Clara." "Tell me more," Clara said, clutching her diary and quill. And so it began. Night after night, the creature recounted tales of despair and horror, tales of those who had vanished without a trace, tales that the walls of the mansion had absorbed over centuries. Clara scribbled furiously, ensuring every detail was meticulously noted. From the sorrowful maiden who was betrayed by her lover, to the servant boy who dreamt of freedom but met a gruesome end, the diary filled with their stories. One day, a knock echoed through the mansion. A young historian, Samuel, had heard tales of the old mansion and its ties to countless unsolved disappearances. His research had led him here in hopes of finding a missing puzzle piece. Clara, unused to visitors, cautiously opened the door, her blue eyes regarding Samuel with a mixture of curiosity and mistrust. "I'm looking for any documents or items that might shed light on the missing people from centuries ago," Samuel explained. Clara hesitated for a moment before leading him to her room. The diaries lay neatly stacked on a dusty shelf. "Maybe these could help," she whispered. Samuel's eyes widened as he began to flip through them. They contained detailed descriptions of each disappearance, not from the perspective of an observer, but from the eyes of a perpetrator. As he read on, the static-filled whisper grew louder in his ears, though Clara seemed oblivious. With each page, the whispers grew more distinct, more tangible, until Samuel felt a cold hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he came face to face with the creature, which now seemed even more terrifying in the dim candlelight. "You shouldn't have come here," it hissed. Panicking, Samuel tried to back away, but the creature's grip tightened. "Let him go," Clara pleaded, her eyes filled with tears. "Why?" The creature's static voice grew even colder. "He's done nothing wrong." The creature stared at Samuel for what felt like an eternity. "He knows too much, like all the others." Samuel's heart raced. "Others?" The creature tilted its head. "Those who have disappeared. I told their stories to Clara, but you've read them. Now you are a part of them." Clara sobbed. "Please let him leave. He won't tell anyone, will you?" She looked desperately at Samuel. "I promise," Samuel whispered, his voice trembling. The creature, after a long pause, released its grip. "Go and never return. The next time, there won't be a Clara to plead for you." Samuel, without waiting a moment longer, rushed out of the mansion, leaving behind the diaries and the chilling tales they contained. Clara, now alone, turned to the creature. "Why do you do this?" The creature sighed, the static in its voice growing softer. "It's my nature, Clara. This mansion binds me, feeds off the tales of despair. But with you, it's different." Clara hugged her diary close. "I only listen because it's the only company I have." The creature moved closer, almost affectionately, and I for the same reason. They sat in silence, bound by their lonely existence, knowing that as long as the mansion stood, their stories would continue. The legend of the haunted mansion grew, but no one dared enter its walls again. Except for the tale of a young historian who entered and left, speaking of diaries that held stories best left untold, and of static whispers that echoed in the dead of night.
The Masked Oracles of Hallway 13. Hawthorne Asylum stood forlorn atop a hill, its stone facade masked by overgrown vines and the scars of time. To the unknowing eye, it was just another relic of the past. However, those aware of its history told tales of Hallway 13, a forsaken corridor illuminated only by the pale glow of a single, dust-covered chandelier. On every Friday the 13th, when the clock struck midnight, the masked oracles would materialize. Derek was a skeptic. Stories of the supernatural were for children, or so he thought, until he found himself in Hawthorne on a fateful Friday the 13th night. His reasons were personal. He'd lost his mother and was desperate to understand why. If these oracles truly held the power of foreknowledge, then he needed to see it for himself. The winding passages of the asylum echoed with whispers of the past. Derek could almost hear the wails of the forgotten souls, those who once roamed the bleak walls. As midnight approached, he stood at the entrance of Hallway 13, heart pounding. The chandelier overhead flickered, casting wavering shadows on the clutter of abandoned wheelchairs and rusted medical equipment. And then, from the stillness, two brunette figures appeared, faces concealed behind elaborate Venetian masks. Their garments, seemingly from another era, rustled softly as they moved towards him. They were the masked oracles, Mustering up courage, Derek stepped forward. "Why did my mother leave me?" he asked, voice barely audible. One of the oracles, her eyes penetrating from behind the mask, spoke in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Are you willing to pay the price for this knowledge?" Derek hesitated. Losing a memory, any memory, was a heavy cost. But he was tormented by the need to know. He nodded. A cold breeze wrapped around him, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. The second oracle whispered, "Your mother knew of a dark destiny that loomed over you, a malevolent force that sought your soul. She left to protect you, to draw it away. But, in the end, it consumed her." Tears welled in Derek's eyes. The weight of his mother's sacrifice pressed upon his heart. Before he could respond, a blinding light enveloped him, and he felt a sharp tug in his mind. It was as if invisible hands reached into his head, plucking away fragments of his past. When the light faded, Derek stumbled back, disoriented. The masked oracles had vanished, leaving only the echoing silence of Hallway 13. He tried to recall memories of his mother, their shared laughter, the lullabies she sang. But they were slipping away, replaced by a void. In the weeks that followed, Derek struggled to make sense of his life. The gaps in his memory became chasms, turning simple tasks into puzzles. He would forget faces, places, and sometimes even his own reflection. Those around him watched helplessly as the once vibrant man became a shell, trapped in a labyrinth of confusion and despair. Sarah, Derek's childhood friend, saw his anguish and decided to investigate the legends of Hallway 13 herself. She returned to Hawthorne Asylum, hoping to find a way to restore Derek's memories. As the next Friday the 13th approached, Sarah stood at the threshold of Hallway 13. When the masked oracles appeared, Sarah didn't hesitate. "How can I retrieve Derek's memories?" she pleaded. The first oracle replied, "Every sacrifice has its price. To restore, you must forfeit." Understanding the gravity of her decision, Sarah whispered, "I'll give my memories for his." A wind surged through the hallway, and in an instant, Sarah's world went dark. Derek awoke the next day with a clarity he hadn't felt in weeks. Memories flooded back, his mother's smile, the songs she sang, even the pain of her departure. But amidst the joy, there was a void. He couldn't remember Sarah, the friend who had been by his side for years. Sarah, on the other hand, awoke with no knowledge of who she was or why she was in an old asylum. A note, clutched tightly in her hand, was the only clue to her past. It read, "Remember me, even if I cannot." The story of the masked oracles became a cautionary tale in the town. While they promised knowledge, it came at a cost too high to bear. Memories, it turned out, were the tapestry of life, and to lose even a single thread could unravel the entire fabric. Hawthorne Asylum, with its dark history, was eventually sealed off. But the legend lived on. On quiet nights, when the wind rustled through the trees, townsfolk whispered about the two souls forever linked by sacrifice, the man who remembered everything and the woman who remembered nothing. Video testimony. The old, rusted camera had been set up in the dimly lit room. Derek sat in the rickety wooden chair, his face gaunt and weary. A visible bite mark scarred his forearm, almost oozing an unnatural shade of green. "Just tell us your story, Derek," said Thomas from behind the camera, his tone a mix of pity and fascination. Derek coughed, a dry, choking sound. "It began 3 days ago when I was bitten," he started, his voice tremulous. The initial story was what one might expect, descriptions of excruciating pain, the burning fever, hallucinations of creeping shadows. As he spoke, though, Derek's condition visibly deteriorated. His voice grew raspier, eyes turning milky white, the sinewy tendons in his neck becoming more pronounced. Thomas, ever the professional, kept the camera rolling. Derek's harrowing tale had been in line with the stories of others who'd suffered a similar fate. But then, the narrative took a turn. "The infection isn't just physical," Derek whispered, his words becoming an insidious hiss. "It can spread, through sound, through image, through digital transmission." He paused, taking a laborious breath. "Watching, listening, it infects." Thomas chuckled nervously from behind the camera. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, Derek. Derek's lips curled into a gruesome smile. You think I'm delirious? Maybe. But I see you, Thomas. I see through the lens, into your world. My message, my condition. I can share it. It spreads. Thomas felt an icy chill crawl up his spine, but he brushed it off as mere atmosphere and Derek's story playing tricks on his mind. He stopped the recording, deciding to review the footage later. Night descended, and Thomas sat with his editing equipment, ready to sift through Derek's testimonial. He pressed play and listened to Derek's tale again, but midway through, something changed. Derek's zombified face turned, looking directly into the camera, eyes locking onto Thomas's as if seeing him through the screen. I see you, Thomas, Derek's voice echoed, chillingly distorted. You thought it was just a story, a sick man's delusion. But every word, every pixel carries a piece of the infection. And now, it's inside you. Panicking, Thomas paused the video. His heart raced, and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He tried to rationalize it, thinking it was some glitch or that he'd recorded some overlay by mistake. Determined to rid himself of the video, he clicked on the file to delete it. But as soon as he made contact with the mouse, the screen blinked to life, replaying Derek's testimonial. The voice echoed, growing louder and more insidious. The room's other electronic devices, his phone, tablet, even his smartwatch, simultaneously sprung to life, all broadcasting Derek's face, his warning, his laughter. You can't escape it, Thomas. The infection is digital now. It's inside every device you touch, every screen you watch, and now, inside you. Thomas felt a numbing coldness seep into his fingertips, the same fingers that had touched the mouse. Panic surged as he realized the sensation was spreading, inching its way up his arms. Desperate, he tried to flee the room, but every step he took, every surface he touched resonated with Derek's voice. His phone rang, the caller ID flashing unknown. With trembling hands, he answered, hoping for some semblance of sanity. But all he heard was Derek's laughter, twisted and echoing. The digital world around him was turning hostile, a prison of screens replaying the same haunting message. The coldness had reached Thomas's chest now, a feeling of constriction, as though his heart was encased in ice. Tears streamed down his face as he realized the gravity of Derek's words. The infection wasn't just a physical affliction, it was a digital plague, corrupting everything it touched. And as the icy tendrils gripped his heart, one last message played across his devices, Derek's voice soft, almost sympathetic. It's too late, Thomas. Welcome to the new age of infection. The next morning, a colleague found Thomas in his studio, pale and lifeless, surrounded by screens, all eerily displaying Derek's testimonial. But before the authorities could be alerted, the colleague decided to review the footage, curious about the story that had claimed Thomas's life. The cycle began anew. Silent descent. Leon had long resigned to his lonely existence in the city. The weight of his monotonous life had etched deep lines on his face, each one a testament to long hours spent under harsh office lights and countless nights returning to a dark, cold apartment. On one such night, as he made his way home, the ground trembled beneath his feet. Before he could react, massive, grotesque hands erupted from a nearby saw, pulling him down with such force that the world around him blurred. The sensation of wetness he expected upon impact never came. Instead, Leon found himself standing amidst a silent cityscape. It looked exactly like his home city, with the same towering skyscrapers and neon lights. But it lacked one thing: sound. No honking of horns. No chatter of passers-by. Just an oppressive, haunting silence. As he took in his surroundings, figures in the distance caught his eye. Tall, shadowy entities, draped in dark robes, silently patrolling the streets. Their elongated, skeletal hands stood out in stark contrast, and the memory of being dragged into this world sent a shiver down Leon's spine. A soft tug on his jacket pulled Leon out of his trance. He turned to see a woman, her eyes wide with fear, beckoning him to follow her into an alley. "They're the silent keepers," she whispered once they were safely hidden. "They ensure that no sound is made. If you so much as let out a whisper, they'll punish you." "I've seen it happen." Leon's heart raced, but he dared not utter a word. "How do we get out?" he wrote on a piece of paper he found in his pocket. The woman, whose name was Lila, scribbled back, "Noise. We need to make a noise so loud that it rips a hole in this silence." They began seeking out others trapped like them, discovering a motley group of souls who had been taken from their mundane lives. Together, they hatched a plan to create a cacophony so immense it would break the eerie serenity. Leon, with his office background, knew the power of coordinated chaos. They collected whatever they could find, metal scraps, fallen branches, even their own shoes, and began practicing. With every silent rehearsal, their determination grew stronger. Finally, the night of their uprising came. Lila led a chant, her voice rising from a whisper to a scream. Others pounded on their makeshift drums, clanged metal together, and shouted at the top of their lungs. Leon himself played an old piano they had discovered, its notes distorted but loud. The silent keepers rushed toward the noise, their faceless forms more terrifying than ever. But as the orchestra of chaos reached its climax, the world around them began to distort. A rift appeared, revealing the familiar, noisy city Leon had left behind. With a final push, the trapped souls charged at the silent keepers, using their instruments as weapons. The silent keepers tried to fight back, but they were overwhelmed by the noise and the sheer number of people. Leon, Lila, and the others raced toward the rift, and one by one, they leaped through, leaving the silent city and its terrifying guardians behind. Upon his return, Leon found himself lying on the ground, the cacophony of the real city echoing in his ears. Cars honked, people chatted, and the hum of life surrounded him. It felt like a dream, and for a moment, he basked in the joy of his freedom. But as the days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, Leon felt a new kind of emptiness take hold. The bustling sounds of the city were just as hollow as the silence he had escaped. His life, despite the noise, felt just as void of meaning as the shadow city he had been trapped in. The ordeal had changed him. He started to seek out silence, venturing into forests, abandoned places, and quiet corners of the city. But each time he found it, the memories of the silent keepers would flood back, turning his solace into torment. In his apartment, the ticking of the clock became deafening, reminding him constantly of the oppressive silence he had faced. The loneliness he had always felt now echoed louder in his mind. One evening, feeling particularly isolated, Leon decided to visit the source from which he had been taken. As he approached, he noticed the familiar hands of the silent keepers reaching out, but this time, they didn't grab him. Instead, they handed him a single, silent bell. Leon understood. They weren't just keepers of silence, they were guardians against the void of meaningless noise. The bell was their gift, a reminder that while silence can be terrifying, it also held the potential for introspection and understanding. Leon's journey had come full circle. From the hollow sounds of his old life to the oppressive silence of the Shadow City, and back again, he had learned the value of true connection and meaningful noise. And so, in the heart of the noisy city he called home, Leon began his new quest, to fill the void not with meaningless chatter or deafening silence but with the sweet sounds of genuine human connection.
It was in my house. I had always been sensitive to sounds, especially at night. The world turned into an orchestra of whispers and muffled movements once the sun set, each nocturnal note reaching my ears with impeccable clarity. Every creak of the floor, every whisper of the wind, it all seemed amplified, as if I had been granted the ears of a nocturnal predator. However, on that particular night, there was a sound that stood out from the rest, a raspy, grating noise like sandpaper rubbing against wood. At first I thought it was a figment of my imagination, but as it persisted I couldn't help but rise from my bed to investigate. Tiptoeing across the wooden floor of my bedroom, I tried to determine the source of the sound. The house was bathed in a faint glow from the moonlight, making the once familiar environment seem eerily unfamiliar, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight that awaited me. As I peeked around the corner of the hallway, my eyes caught a chilling sight. Long skeletal fingers, pale and luminescent, were slowly dragging along the walls, leaving a faint trace of phosphorescent light in their wake. The source of the raspy noise was evident now. It was the creature's breath. The thing appeared humanoid, but its limbs were grotesquely elongated, and its skin stretched taut over its emaciated frame. Its face was the most unsettling. Hollow eyes that held no light or life stared back at me, their depths seemingly endless. A gaping mouth filled with irregular teeth lay open, the raspy breath emanating from within. Panic took over. In that split second, I felt as if I had been yanked out of the reality I knew. This couldn't be real. Such horrors were meant for fictional tales, not my cozy suburban home. But the creature, which I instinctively recognized as the rake from countless urban legends, was as real as the fear gripping my heart. I took a step back, my foot betraying me with a creak. The rake's head turned toward the noise, its eyes now fixated on mine. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment before it lurched toward me. Adrenaline surged, and I turned on my heels, darting through my house, desperately seeking refuge. The once comforting walls of my home had transformed into a haunting maze. Shadows twisted and turned, making familiar items appear grotesque in the pale moonlight. The grandfather clock, which had always stood benignly in the corner, now seemed to be a sentinel for the rake, its pendulum swinging with malicious intent. My cherished family photos stared down with morphed, sinister faces, their smiles contorted into wicked sneers. With each passing second, the distance between me and the rake diminished. Its raspy breath seemed to surround me, echoing in my ears with a predatory promise. I raced into the living room, the large sliding glass door leading to the backyard becoming my target. If I could make it outside, perhaps I could find a hiding spot or run to a neighbor's house. But as I neared the door, a chilling realization hit me. The door was locked. In my haste, my hands fumbled with the lock, the rake's footsteps growing closer with each passing second. The rasping breath was now so loud it threatened to drown out my own panicked heartbeats. Summoning every ounce of strength, I managed to slide the door open, but not before those elongated fingers reached out, grazing my back. The touch was ice cold, sending a numbing sensation coursing through me. But I didn't stop. With the night air biting at my face, I dashed across my backyard, vaulting over the fence. The woods behind my house seemed inviting now, a place to hide, a place to lose the creature. I didn't know how long I ran or how far. The trees became a blur as my sole focus was to escape the nightmare. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me, and I found a dense thicket to take cover. The woods were silent, save for the steady rhythm of my heart. Minutes turned to hours as I waited, hoping the creature had lost my trail. It was only when dawn broke, casting its golden hue over the world, did I dare move. Making my way back to my home, I found the sliding door still open, a silent testament to the previous night's terror. No one believed my tale. They said it was just a night terror, a vivid dream induced by stress. But the faint scratch marks on my back, which seemed to glow ever so faintly in the dark, told a different story. And every night, as silence blankets the world, I listen for that raspy breath, hoping against hope that it was just a one-time encounter. But deep down, I know that once you've heard the sounds in the silence, they never truly go away.
The gifted box. The sun painted the sky with golden hues, a vivid contrast to the quiet street where I grew up. It was the kind of quiet that was interrupted only by the chirping of birds and the occasional bark of a dog. But for as long as I could remember, there was also the soft, rhythmic thudding of the old man's shoes against the pavement. Nobody knew his name. His presence was as much a part of our street as the elm trees that lined it. Every day he wandered around, his eyes lost in some ancient memory, and his dingy blue coat billowing behind him like a dark shadow. One particular sunny day, I decided to wear my vibrant red dress. It had been a gift from my grandmother, and with its intricate lacework and swirling patterns made me feel like a Victorian princess. As I strolled, lost in my daydreams, I heard the familiar thud of the old man's steps. I looked up, half expecting him to pass by, but instead he stopped in front of me. His eyes, usually so distant, focused on me with an unsettling clarity. Silently, he extended a hand, offering a manila-colored box. I hesitated, glancing around, but the street was as empty as always. Slowly, curious yet cautious, I accepted the box. The weight was negligible, but the box was cool to the touch. The lid opened with a soft creak to reveal a magnificent diorama. It was a perfect miniature replica of our street. Every house, every tree, even the smallest pebble on the road. The artistry left me in awe. But my admiration turned to horror when I spotted two tiny figures at the center. There I was, in my vibrant red dress, standing opposite the old man. As I watched, the miniature old man handed the miniature me another box. My heart raced. Was this some kind of twisted joke? I looked up, questions flooding my mind. But the old man was already walking away, his coat billowing behind him. Terrified, I ran home. I placed the box on my study table, its intricate details pulling me in despite my fears. Hours seemed to pass as I watched the tiny version of myself open the box handed by the miniature old man. To my shock, inside that box was another, even smaller replica of our street, with even smaller versions of us, and within that another and another in an endless recursive loop. Night fell, but the fear kept me awake. The quiet of my room was disturbed by the faintest sounds, the minuscule footsteps, the rustling of the trees, and an eerie silence enveloping it all. I decided to investigate the first miniature world once again. Leaning in, I squinted at the smallest replica I could discern. This time, the scene was different. The miniature me looked terrified, and the old man's figure was moving closer. The scene in the next smaller replica was even more terrifying. The old man held the miniature me by the arm, and in the next tinier scene, he was dragging her away. A cold realization dawned upon me. Each replica wasn't a repetition, but a continuation. Each box was predicting the next event. Panicking, I shut the box and wrapped it in a cloth. I needed to get rid of it. But as I reached for my coat, the soft thudding sound echoed in my ears. No longer distant, it was right outside my window. Gathering every ounce of courage, I peeked out. The old man stood there, his coat no longer billowing but settled around him, his eyes fixed on my window. The streetlight gave his face a ghostly pallor, his expression inscrutable. In a rush, I grabbed the box and darted out of the back door. If the box was predicting my future, then perhaps destroying it would change my fate. The nearby woods seemed like the perfect place to bury it. With every step, I heard his following. The soft thud of his shoes got louder and more persistent. The woods welcomed me with a chilling embrace. Finding a secluded spot, I started digging frantically with my hands. Finally, the box was in the ground. The sound of footsteps had stopped, replaced by the whispering of the trees and the distant hoot of an owl. Just as I began to breathe a sigh of relief, a cold hand clasped over my mouth. I turned to face the old man, his eyes no longer distant but filled with a malevolent gleam. He didn't speak. He just held out another manila-colored box. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was not a miniature replica of the street or the woods, but of my room. There, lying on the bed, was me, peacefully asleep, untouched by the horrors of the outside world. As the silence of the woods deepened, I realized that the real horror wasn't in the endless boxes or even the old man. It was in the possibility that our realities might just be layers within someone else's nightmare.
Shadows in the glass. Evelyn, a renowned beauty influencer, was always on the hunt for unique props to enhance her backdrop. Her videos, famous for their content, were equally popular for their exquisite settings. Antique shops were her treasure trove, and on a cloudy afternoon, she stumbled upon a particularly enigmatic store nestled in an old part of the city. Amongst the array of dusty items, a large ornate mirror stood out. Its gilded edges were intricate, and the surface, despite the thick layer of dust, reflected with peculiar clarity. What truly captured Evelyn's interest was how it reflected not her current self, but a younger, more innocent version. A version from a time before the stress of online fame, the version she missed deeply. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with deep-set eyes, watched as Evelyn's face lit up. When asked about the mirror's price, he hesitated before mumbling, "For you, on the house." Evelyn, thrilled, didn't question the unexpected generosity. That evening, the mirror took pride of place in her recording studio. She looked into it, mesmerized by her younger reflection. Her youthful eyes stared back, full of hopes and dreams. For hours she sat, losing herself in the past. The next morning, Evelyn felt unusually tired. Her skin felt stretched, wrinkles seemed deeper, and her eyes droopy. Assuming it was fatigue from her hectic schedule, she brushed it off. Turning on her camera, she sat down to record. Her eyes drifted to the mirror, and she found solace in her youthful reflection. Comments on her video that day were filled with concern. "Evelyn, are you okay? You look so tired lately. Has fame aged you overnight?" Concerned, she looked into her regular mirror, gasping at the noticeable changes. Her face had aged, the skin was less firm, and her eyes had lost their sparkle. Panic set in. Had her beauty products failed? Was this premature aging? Her career was built on her appearance, and this sudden transformation was catastrophic. By nightfall, her gaze returned to the vintage mirror. Her youthful reflection seemed to smirk, mocking her current state. Engulfed in anger and desperation, she shouted, "What have you done to me?" Suddenly, the room grew colder. The reflection's lips moved, its voice a haunting whisper. "The price of nostalgia is steep. You longed for youth, and now it's yours to keep." Evelyn realized the horror of her situation. Every time she'd looked into the mirror, seeking comfort in her past, she had aged, while her reflection remained untouched by time. Desperate, she decided to return the mirror to the antique store. But by morning, the store had vanished, leaving behind an empty lot as if it had never existed. Days turned into weeks, and Evelyn's aging accelerated. Her followers watched in shock as the once vibrant beauty influencer transformed before their eyes. She tried to shield herself from the mirror, covering it with thick drapes, but its allure was overpowering. One evening, consumed by a mix of fear and longing, she pulled away the curtains. Her reflection, still in its youthful prime, seemed more alive than ever. But Evelyn, now looking decades older, was a mere shadow of her former self. Tears streamed down her wrinkled face as she pleaded, "Give me back my life." The reflection smiled, "A life for a life." It stepped out of the mirror, forcing Evelyn into its glassy prison. The room echoed with the younger Evelyn's triumphant laughter. The mirror's curse wasn't done. Now inside the glass, the older Evelyn watched in horror as her real-world counterpart, the younger reflection, took over her life. It reveled in the fame, basking in the admiration of Evelyn's followers, while the real Evelyn was but a shadow trapped in the glass. Weeks passed, and the imposter's arrogance grew. It loved its newfound freedom but hated the mirror, the only evidence of its unnatural existence. In a fit of rage, it shattered the mirror, thinking it would sever the tie. But with the shattering of the glass, both worlds collapsed. The imposter vanished into thin air, and the trapped, aged Evelyn was released. But the damage was irreversible. The broken shards reflected fragments of her youth, now forever lost. The beauty world mourned the rapid decline of their star. Evelyn, once a beacon of youth and beauty, had become a cautionary tale. Years later, a young influencer stumbled upon a curious antique store. Among the treasures, she found a stunning, fragmented mirror. As she pieced it together, she caught a glimpse of a much younger version of herself, and the cycle began anew. The videographer's chronicle. I always considered myself a filmmaker. While other kids played sports or hung out at the mall, I was buried deep within the realms of imagery and motion. My camera, a shining relic from the 2000s, was my sanctuary. My cluttered bedroom, its walls plastered with movie posters, its floors covered in tripods, lenses, and memory cards, was a testament to all the films never made, each item holding the promise of a story yet to be told. The peculiar incidents began last month. Kids at school, ones I'd known since childhood, began to act strangely. At first, I thought it was some new teen fad, the paleness of their eyes, the hollow expressions, the monotone voices. But then, it became obvious. They were changing, becoming lifeless. I knew I had to capture it. The world had to see this, the transformation from vibrant beings to shadowed husks. Driven by an irresistible impulse, I lured 4 of them into my room. Greg, a former soccer star, Sarah, the valedictorian, Luke, who played the drums, and Lila, the prom queen. The camera was set up in the corner of my room, its lens capturing every inch of space, every flicker of movement. Day by day, I documented their transformation. Their skin grew pallid, their movements jerky and disjointed. Their once sparkling eyes now mirrored an abyss. As the days wore on, the 4 of them grew more monstrous. Their voices morphed into disturbing harmonies, their movements synced in an eerie ballet of coordination. The video feed captured it all, a living testament to humanity's downfall. I often wondered if I was doing the right thing, keeping them there. But I rationalized it. The world had to see. Weeks in, I began the arduous task of editing the footage. With each passing clip, I felt a growing sense of unease. The footage showed them dancing, murmuring unintelligible incantations, their fingers twitching in grotesque gestures. And then, as I played back one particular segment, my blood ran cold. There it was, a 5th shadow. A shadow that wasn't mine. I replayed the clip, my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to rationalize it, maybe it was just a trick of the light. But no. The shadow had form, substance. As I looked closer, I noticed its movements were deliberate. It lurked behind them, always just out of frame, a dark silhouette with long, spindly fingers. Panic set in. I scoured through hours of footage, searching for more signs of the shadow. And there it was, in clip after clip, always lurking, always watching. I wondered if it had something to do with their transformation, this mysterious 5th entity. Was it the cause? Or merely an observer? With trembling fingers, I opened a live feed to the camera in my room. The 4 of them stood in a circle, chanting in their ghastly harmony. And behind them, clear as day, was the shadow, stretching tall and dark, its fingers reaching towards them. I took a deep breath and entered the room. As I stepped in, the chanting grew louder, and their movements more frenetic. The shadow turned to face me, its presence felt like a cold wind. "Who are you?" I whispered, the camera still recording. In response, the room grew colder, and a voice, more like a whisper of the wind, replied, "The chronicler." "The what?" "I document, just as you do. But while you capture moments, I capture souls. They are mine now." I stumbled back, gripping my camera for comfort. "What do you want with them?" The shadow grew larger, its form less defined. "I don't want them. I already have them. It's you I'm interested in." "Why?" I stammered. "Because you're a storyteller, just like me." Suddenly, I realized the true horror. The shadow wasn't here because of them, it was here because of me. My obsession with documenting, with capturing the truth, had lured this entity to my doorstep. "I won't let you take them," I yelled, the courage rising within me. The room grew even colder, the lights flickering. The shadow loomed closer. "You have no choice." In a final act of desperation, I turned my camera to face the shadow, pressing record. The room was filled with a blinding light. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact. But when I opened them, the room was empty. The kids, the shadow, all gone. My camera lay on the floor, its lens shattered. To this day, I don't know what truly happened. I've tried to replay the footage, but it's all corrupted, a sea of static and white noise. But sometimes, late at night, I hear faint whispers, and I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, in a realm I can't see, the shadow is still watching, still chronicling. Pandora's toy box. James was used to hiding. Whether it was in the back of the classroom, behind the bleachers, or under his bed, he knew all the nooks and crannies of his life. Bullying was a routine for him. Kevin, Lily, and Mark, the trinity of terror at James' school, made sure of that. One evening, when James was under his bed retrieving a lost sock, his fingers brushed against an unfamiliar object. Pulling it out, he found a dusty, old wooden box. It was locked, but a curious insignia, a swirl surrounded by stars, was etched onto the top. The box felt heavy in his hand, pulsating with an ancient energy. Finding the key wasn't hard. It was taped to the bottom of the box. Turning the key in the lock, the lid creaked open, revealing 3 toys, intricately crafted, resembling his bullies: Kevin the bear, Lily the doll, and Mark the soldier. Laughing, James imagined how mortifying it would be for the trio to know that they had been immortalized as toys. He decided to take out some of his frustration on the mini-bullies. He twisted Kevin the bear's arm, imagining the bully's discomfort. To James' astonishment, the toy's arm broke off easily, and he quickly placed it back into the box, feeling a pang of guilt. The next day at school, the atmosphere was tense. Rumors were circulating that Kevin had been in a terrible accident. His arm was crushed when he fell from his bike, landing right under a car. The bones shattered, rendering it useless. James felt a cold dread settling in his stomach. Was it merely a coincidence? He wondered. He thought about the toy box but quickly dismissed the notion. Days later, a bout of anger had James reopening the box. This time, he took out Lily the doll. Remembering her cruel laughter when he tripped in the hallway, he impulsively cut off her golden locks. The following day, news spread that Lily's hair had been caught in a fan at her home, tearing out a significant chunk, leaving her nearly bald. Terrified, James finally connected the dots. The toy box was no ordinary box. It had power, a terrible, malevolent power. He wanted to rid himself of it but was also tempted. Mark had been particularly nasty lately, humiliating James in front of his crush. One fateful evening, anger got the best of him. Taking out Mark the soldier, James broke both its legs. At school, Mark never showed up. Word got around that he had been in an accident, both of his legs crushed beyond repair. The weight of his actions bore down on James. He had maimed his bullies. They had been cruel, but they didn't deserve this fate. He decided he would bury the toy box, deep in the woods behind his house. By evening, he was out with a shovel, and after what felt like hours, he buried it, hoping to keep its dark power at bay. Weeks turned into months, and life moved on. James began to sleep better, the memories of the toy box slowly fading. But one evening, something felt amiss. As he lay in bed, a familiar weight pressed on his chest, the weight of guilt, of deeds done in anger. He peeked under his bed, and to his horror, the toy box was back. Frantic, James opened the box. Inside, there wasn't 3, but 4 toys. The newest addition was a toy resembling him. He noticed the others looked worn out, especially Mark the soldier, whose broken legs now ominously bore the signs of rot. In a panic, James grabbed the toy version of himself and noticed that its tiny arms were bruised, just like his own, remnants of his last encounter with Kevin before the accident. Tears in his eyes, he understood. The box wasn't just about revenge, it was about balance. For every harm he caused with the toys, the same would happen to him. That night, he dreamt of the toy box. In his dream, it opened on its own. From it, a spectral child emerged. This was Pandora, the box's original owner, who had once been bullied too. "You're not the first," she whispered, her eyes hollow with sadness. "But you can be the last." Balance the scales. James woke up determined. He took the box to his school and showed it to his teacher, narrating everything. She listened, disbelief turning to concern. The school rallied around James. Kevin, Lily, and Mark, now recovering, came forward, expressing remorse for their actions. Together, they decided to bury the toy box, this time encasing it in cement and placing it in the school's courtyard as a monument, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked anger and the need for reconciliation. As the years passed, James would often sit by the monument, reflecting on the past. The lessons he learned were hard and terrifying, but they had transformed not just him, but the entire community. He hoped Pandora's spirit had found peace, knowing her toy box was now a symbol of unity rather than vengeance.
Mom, you don't look the same. It started innocently enough. I had returned home late, the house shrouded in the stillness of night. Only the faint hum of a lullaby broke the silence, echoing from my mother's bedroom, the very one she used to sing when I was a child. A sudden pang of nostalgia enveloped me. Why was she singing it now, alone in the middle of the night? Gently I approached her door, which was ajar, allowing a strip of moonlight to cast upon the hallway's wooden floor. Pushing it open, I saw her silhouette framed against the window, her back turned to me. The silver beams of the moon made her outline glow ethereally. "Mom?" I whispered, my voice hesitant. A feeling of unease began to settle in the pit of my stomach. She spun around, and for a moment it felt as though time had stopped. Her face was recognizable, those soft features I had come to know so well, but there was a twist. It was like seeing my mother through a distorted mirror. Her eyes glinted unusually bright, almost luminescent in the dim room. "Come, baby," she cooed, but the voice wasn't quite hers. It was familiar yet distant, echoing as if she were in a vast cavern. The lullaby she hummed earlier now sounded more like a mournful dirge. Taking a step closer, my eyes widened in shock. Her skin moved as though there were things crawling underneath, shifting and changing. It was as though the texture was constantly in flux, transforming into patterns and surfaces I couldn't recognize. Was it scales, feathers? It seemed to change every time I blinked. Panic surged. "Mum, are you okay?" "Baby, why so scared? It's just Mummy." Her words dripped with a broken, mocking cadence. Instinctively, I backed away, only to trip over a forgotten shoe, crashing to the ground. As I scrambled to my feet, my mother, or whatever it was, moved closer, her skin continuing its grotesque dance. I rushed out, slamming the door behind me. Every room I tried to hide in, she followed. The once comforting hum of her lullaby was now a haunting siren's call that echoed through the house. The words changed, becoming more insidious. "Baby, why run? It's just Mummy." The living room seemed like a sanctuary. I rushed to the telephone, dialing the number for my father, who was away on a business trip. The line buzzed for what felt like an eternity before he finally answered. "Dad, something's wrong with Mum. She's not herself." But the voice that responded was not my father's. It was hers, that distorted mockery of my mother's voice. "Why call Daddy? It's just Mummy." My heart raced. The line went dead. I dropped the phone, hearing the lullaby growing louder, closing in. With nowhere else to go, I dashed out the front door into the cold night. The front yard was bathed in the glow of the full moon, but as I glanced back at the house, I saw her. She was everywhere, peeking from behind curtains, her silhouette distorted by the windows, her song carrying through the night. Driven by adrenaline, I ran down the street, every shadow cast by the moonlight looking like her. My once familiar neighborhood became a labyrinth of fear. Trees looked like her, the wind sounded like her, and the very ground beneath my feet felt as if it would give way and swallow me whole. Exhausted, I finally stumbled upon a playground. The slide, swings, and sand felt safe. The memories of childhood returned, the days when my mother's lullaby truly was a beacon of comfort. But as I sat on a swing, catching my breath, I noticed the sand below me began to shift, molding and shaping into a familiar yet distorted face, her face. The lullaby resumed. "Baby, why run? It's just Mummy." Suddenly a hand grabbed mine, pulling me up. I screamed, ready to fight, but it was my neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, an elderly woman known for her night walks. "What's wrong, dear? Why are you out so late?" I pointed to the playground, but the sand was just sand and the night was silent. I saw something, I panted, my voice trembling. "In my house. It looked like my mum, but it wasn't." Mrs. Patterson studied me with sympathetic eyes. "Come, dear, let's go home." "But you've always had such an active imagination," she said gently. As we walked back, the street seemed normal again. Upon reaching my house, Mrs. Patterson opened the door. It was quiet, peaceful, no trace of the horror from earlier. My real mother, groggy from sleep, appeared. "What's going on?" I hugged her, feeling her familiar warmth, no longer the chilling mirage that had haunted me. As I thanked Mrs. Patterson and she disappeared into the night, a nagging thought persisted. Had it all been a moonlit mirage, or had something truly otherworldly visited our home? Every full moon thereafter, I made sure to lock my doors and windows, never again wishing to hear that distorted lullaby of the night.
Alien looking in my window. Every night for the past month I've seen it. The creature with greyish flesh and those haunting, milky, bulbous eyes, always watching me from my bedroom window. At first I thought it was a figment of my imagination. A terrible nightmare come to life. But every evening, like clockwork, it was there, waiting, watching. Initially, it simply observed, its gaze fixated on me. I would pull the curtains shut, burying myself under the blankets. I tried to convince myself it wasn't real. But then things began to change. One night, as I reached out to close the window, it raised a hand. My hand, mimicking my movement. The gesture was almost robotic, a jerky, imperfect reflection of my own movement. A shiver ran down my spine. Every subsequent night it continued its uncanny mimicry, imitating my mannerisms more accurately with each passing day. In just a week, the creature's movements grew more fluid. When I walked around my room, it mirrored me from behind the window, swaying its hips, blinking its eyes, lifting a hand to brush an imaginary strand of hair from its face. My heart raced. How could it learn so fast? What did it want? I avoided looking out the window, but I could feel its presence, always lurking. Curiosity got the better of me one night. I peeked out and saw it standing motionless until it saw me. It smiled my smile, the corners of its mouth stretching eerily wide. Its teeth, they were exactly like mine. Horrified, I started to change my routine. One evening I danced, trying to throw it off. Instead of stumbling, the creature danced with me, matching every step, every twirl. As my fear heightened, so did its learning curve. The isolation became overwhelming. My friends noticed a change in my demeanor. But how could I tell them about the creature? How could they possibly understand? They'd think I was going mad. I had to deal with it on my own. One evening, after avoiding my own reflection for days, I took a deep breath and decided to confront it. If it mimicked me so closely, maybe it could understand me. I would communicate with it, ask it what it wanted. Anything to get it to leave me alone. But what I saw in the mirror made my heart freeze. Instead of my own eyes, those milky, haunting eyes stared back at me. The creature was no longer behind the window, it was within me. Panic consumed me. Was I losing my mind? The realization dawned upon me. It wasn't just learning my movements, it was learning to be me. I tried talking to it, shouting at the mirror. "What do you want?" My reflection smirked in return, an almost mocking gesture, lifting an eyebrow just as I would. There was no vocal response, but its intentions were clear. I had become its project, and it was succeeding. Days became an exhausting cycle of watching and being watched. Every gesture I made, even the way I spoke, I saw it being mimicked perfectly by the creature within my reflection. It was blending in, overshadowing my very existence. Desperation led me to seek a way out. Maybe if I altered my appearance drastically, cut my hair, it wouldn't recognize me anymore. But when I took the scissors to my long locks, my reflection stood still, its milky eyes filled with anger. Before I could make the first cut, an overwhelming force took hold of my arm, the scissors dropping to the ground with a clink. I needed to reclaim my identity. But the creature had one advantage. It had no fear. Every time I tried to outsmart it, it would counter me. Those milky eyes taunted me at every turn, a constant reminder that it was winning. One fateful evening, the creature in the mirror took the final step in its transformation. It looked, acted, and spoke like me. There was no discerning between us. We were identical. It beckoned me, a chilling smile on its face, to step closer. I was entranced. Those milky eyes held me captive. As I stepped closer to the mirror, I could feel a coldness enveloping me, drawing me into its depths. My reflection reached out, fingers brushing against mine, pulling me into an icy embrace. Then everything went black. When I awoke, I was on the other side of the mirror, trapped in a void, surrounded by darkness. In the distance, I could see my bedroom and the creature, now me, resuming my life as if nothing had happened. It laughed, chatted on the phone, and danced with an eerie grace. I pounded on the mirror, screaming for someone to notice, to save me. but no sound escaped the void. Every night I watch as the creature sleeps soundly in my bed. I can only hope that one day someone will see past those milky eyes and realize the truth. Until then, I remain a prisoner in my own reflection, haunted by the eyes of obsession.
Bigfoot at my door. The moonlight was my only companion when I heard the sound at the door, an uneven scratching that made me freeze in place, praying that whatever it was would go away. But the sound persisted, growing louder. My heart raced as I pictured the claws of a wild animal, or worse, scraping at my door. Darting to the window, I took a peek outside. Bigfoot. I'd heard the legends, of course, everyone had. Yet, nothing prepares you for the reality. Its hulking silhouette was dark against the silvery backdrop of moonlit pines, its fingers unnaturally long and wiry, stretched in through the gaps, held back only by the strength of the chain I had latched earlier. Terrified, I dove beneath the bed, holding my breath. I felt a connection to all those childhood nights when I imagined monsters under the same bed. But now, the monster was real, and it was outside. The initial violent rattling of the door gave way to something strangely rhythmic. It no longer felt like a creature trying to break in. Instead, it sounded like the careful steps of a ritual dance. The steady beats, the occasional vocalizations, mournful yet somehow melodic. It was both haunting and captivating. Hours seemed to pass, the chilling dance echoing in the backdrop of my fear. But as dawn approached, the sounds began to wane. I dared a glance from my hiding spot. The creature was gone. Instead, propped against my door, was an intricately carved stick. Roughly the size of my forearm, the totem was adorned with symbols and figures. Some I recognized from local legends, spirals representing the cycles of life and death, the figure of a bear symbolizing strength and courage, and an owl, the keeper of secrets. Gathering every ounce of courage, I took the totem inside and decided to visit Mrs. Donnelly, the village's oldest resident and a self-proclaimed expert in all things supernatural. Her eyes widened at the sight of the totem. "Where did you get this, dear?" I recounted my harrowing experience, leaving out no detail. She listened, her wrinkled face a mask of concentration. "Ah," she murmured, tracing a finger over the totem's carvings. "This isn't the work of Bigfoot, though the creature might have been its messenger." "What do you mean?" I whispered. Mrs. Donnelly took a deep breath. "These woods are old, older than any of us, and in its depths they hold spirits. Not all are malevolent, but some are trapped in perpetual unrest. This totem is a shield, it keeps those spirits at bay." "Why would Bigfoot bring it to me?" I asked. "Perhaps it sensed you needed protection, or maybe it's trying to forge a connection, a bridge between its world and ours." She handed the totem back. "Keep it with you, especially during moonlit nights. And listen, always listen to the whispers of the pine trees. They'll warn you if there's danger." I thanked Mrs. Donnelly and hurried home, placing the totem on my windowsill, where it could stand sentinel against the mysteries of the woods. Days turned into weeks. The presence of the totem brought an inexplicable calm to the cabin. On moonlit nights, I'd often hear the distant rhythm of that same haunting dance, but it was no longer accompanied by fear. Instead, it felt like an old lullaby sung by the woods, putting my fears to rest. One evening, as I was walking near the edge of the forest, a soft rustling caught my attention. There, hidden in the shadows of the pines, stood Bigfoot. It watched me, its eyes reflecting a gentle intelligence. In its hand was another totem, similar to mine but newer, fresher. I approached, my steps hesitant, but instead of aggression, the creature extended its hand, offering the totem. I took it, our fingers brushing for a moment. With a deep, resonating hum, it turned and retreated into the woods, its form soon obscured by the thickening trees. That night, as moonlight streamed through the window, I felt a connection deeper than I ever had before. The totems, the dance, Bigfoot, they weren't intruders or threats. They were reminders of the ancient bond between humanity and nature, an invitation to listen to the eternal whispers of the pine trees. And listen I did, for in those whispers I found stories older than time, tales of spirits and guardians, of men and creatures, all bound by the same moonlit dance of existence.
The exchange. One story, one wish. That had always been the agreement. At first, I thought I'd stumbled onto the world's best-kept secret. A tiny, shadowed creature with bright yellow eyes that glistened in the dark like twin suns. It would emerge each time I lit the candle. The first time it happened, it scared me. A sudden movement in the corner of my room, and then that raspy voice. "Tell me a story," it whispered. As I hesitated, wondering if I'd truly gone mad, it added, "And I will grant you a small wish." Desperate and feeling ridiculous, I told it about my childhood dog, a beloved golden retriever named Maximum. In exchange, I wished to find a crisp $20 bill on the ground the next day. Imagine my shock when that exact thing happened. As days turned into weeks, our meetings became routine. I'd light the candle at dusk, and the creature would visit, eager for a tale. I told it of first loves, adventures with friends, and dreams of traveling the world. In return, I was granted wishes like acing an exam or having a perfect hair day. But slowly, the creature's demands began to change. One evening, it spoke before I could start. "Tell me," it rasped, "of the day you cried the hardest." I hesitated, remembering my parents' divorce. It was a memory I'd buried deep, not eager to relive. But the lure of another wish was too strong. I told it, pouring out my pain, my anger, my despair. It seemed to revel in it, its eyes burning brighter, and when I finished, it simply said, "More." The stories it wanted became increasingly darker. Memories of being bullied at school, the time I was betrayed by a close friend, the overwhelming loneliness I felt in college. Each time, it absorbed my stories with glee, its form growing slightly clearer, less shadowy, as though it was feeding off my very essence. One evening, it asked for a memory I'd locked away, praying never to think of again. "Tell me," it hissed, "of the night you thought you'd end it all." Tears filled my eyes. "No," I whispered. "I won't. Not that one." Its eyes flared. "You owe me," it growled. "For every wish I've granted, you owe me." I realized then that it wasn't just satiated by stories, it was feeding on my very soul, becoming stronger with each memory, each emotion I surrendered. The brighter its eyes burned, the more hollow I felt inside, like a vessel being emptied. "I don't want to wish anymore," I declared, trying to muster courage. It smirked, a grotesque twist of its shadowy lips. "You think you can walk away? After all you've given me? Your pain, your darkness, is now a part of me. And I want more." Each evening, even when I didn't light the candle, it appeared, demanding stories. The weight of its presence was oppressive, the room colder, the shadows deeper. My own reflection started to blur, my eyes losing their light, my skin growing paler. I knew I had to break the bond. But how? Every solution I thought of was overshadowed by the fear of making it angrier, of losing myself completely. One evening, after it had drained another painful memory, I whispered, "What happens when I have no more stories to tell?" It leaned in, so close I could feel the chill of its breath. "Then, I'll have all of you." A plan began to form in my mind. I'd give it stories, but not mine. I started reading tragedies, horror tales, and watching heart-wrenching films. Each night, I relayed them as if they were my own. For a while, it seemed to work. The creature seemed satisfied, but soon its eyes grew suspicious. "These aren't your stories," it spat one night. "I've no more to give," I whispered, feeling weaker than ever. Its eyes blazed. "Then it's time for the final exchange." Suddenly, the room was flooded with light. My mother stood at the door, having heard my conversations. In her hand, she held a burning sage bundle. "Leave my child," she commanded. The creature hissed, shrinking away from the sage smoke. "You think this will stop me?" "I've almost claimed her. We've strength in our stories," my mother said, "both good and bad. You've no power over her." Together, we chanted prayers, filling the room with memories of love, hope, and joy. With a deafening scream, the creature vanished. The ordeal left me scarred, but wiser. There's power in our stories, and even more in the emotions tied to them. Some entities might feed off our pain, but love and hope, They're the ultimate protectors.
Alien woman in my room. Waking up, I found myself bathed in an ethereal glow emanating from the center of the room. The light was like nothing I'd ever seen, a luminous blue that made every corner of my bedroom feel surreal, like I was inside a dream. There stood an alien woman, her bluish-pale skin shimmering in the half-light. Her figure was tall and slender, and the translucent milky film covering her seemed alive, pulsating like the rhythm of a heart. Despite her otherworldly appearance, it was her eyes that were the most unsettling. They were dark, large, and void of emotion. She gazed at me, and in a voice that seemed to echo from every direction, she spoke. "You have been chosen." Fear closed around my throat, constricting it. I tried to scream, tried to call for help, but no sound came out. I couldn't move a muscle. Paralyzed, I could only watch as she began to transform. The glow from her chest grew in intensity, becoming brighter, and soon it was casting my room into sharp relief. The light enveloped her, and then, as suddenly as she appeared, she was gone. Hours or maybe minutes later, I regained control of my body. The room was normal again, the soft light of dawn seeping through the gaps in the curtains. I was drenched in sweat, my heart still racing. I told myself it was just a dream, an elaborate nightmare, but as the days turned into weeks, my body betrayed a truth I was unwilling to accept. Weeks later, I held a glowing baby in my arms. At a glance, the baby looked human. A tuft of dark hair, tiny fingers that grasped mine. But the soft blue glow that emanated from its skin told another story. Every time I looked into those familiar large dark eyes, the memory of that night sent shivers down my spine. My family tried to be supportive, attributing my story to the delirium of childbirth. But the baby's luminescent glow was hard to ignore. As it grew, I noticed more peculiarities. The baby didn't cry, it merely hummed, a soft, melodic tune that was eerily reminiscent of that voice, the one that echoed from every direction. My nights became restless, tormented by dreams of vast galaxies, of swirling nebulas and far-off worlds. I'd wake up with a sense of longing, a pang in my chest. And through it all, the baby would hum, as if providing a soundtrack to my dreams. One night, when the baby was about 3 months old, the blue light returned. I woke up, bathed once again in that otherworldly glow. And she was there, the alien woman, unchanged, the pulsating film around her skin alive as ever. She looked at the baby, then back at me. "The time has come," she intoned. I tried to clutch the baby tighter to my chest, but once again, I found myself paralyzed. The baby floated from my arms towards her, and she cradled it gently. The room seemed to resonate with the baby's hum, louder and more persistent. "He will bridge our worlds," she said, her voice echoing, a beacon of hope, an emissary of understanding. Tears streamed down my face. "Please," I whispered, though I wasn't sure what I was pleading for. She leaned closer, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of emotion in her eyes. "Do not despair," she whispered. "He will always be a part of both our worlds." With that, she disappeared, and the room plunged into darkness. The baby's hum, that once comforting sound, was gone. Morning light found me broken, clutching a blanket that no longer glowed. The room was filled with a deafening silence. The pain of loss threatened to consume me. Weeks turned into months, and my life resumed a semblance of normality. But every night, as I lay down to sleep, I'd hear it, the soft, distant hum. I'd stare out the window, at the vast expanse of the night sky, and amidst the stars, one would shimmer ever so slightly brighter. A soft blue light in the darkness, a beacon of hope, bridging two worlds.
The desolation of Echo Lake. When I rented a cabin on Echo Lake, I saw it as the ideal setting to pen my new article. Its Montana location meant dense woods, serenity, and a landscape to inspire. I was never fond of urban distractions, so the seclusion felt like a gift. The cabin was rustic and picturesque. The first evening was flawless, with a sunset painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I started writing with a fervor. But around midnight, I stumbled upon an old leather diary. Curiosity got the better of me. The diary belonged to a man named Elias, an early settler of the area. He described the breathtaking beauty of the land, the crisp air, and the pristine waters of the lake. However, as the entries progressed, a recurrent theme started emerging: the shadow in the forest. I saw it again today, the shadow, moving swiftly between the trees, always just out of focus. Each time I try to chase it, it disappears. And the cries, they chill my bones. The more I read, the more intrigued I became. Entries described it as an elusive figure with antler-like protrusions on its head. But the most harrowing details were the noises. Cries that seemed like a mixture of human agony and something more primal. Skeptical, I chalked it up to the isolated life of a settler affecting his psyche. But 2 nights later, I heard it. A mournful, chilling cry echoing across the lake. My heart raced. Maybe it was just an animal, I tried to reassure myself. Morning unveiled a new mystery. Large footprints surrounded the cabin, bigger than any animal native to these woods could make. The reality of Elias's tales began to dawn on me. Was I sharing this land with something ancient and malevolent? The weather forecast had warned of snow, but I hadn't expected it to be this intense. Within hours, the cabin was surrounded by a thick blanket, making it impossible to leave. Each night, the cries grew louder, more desperate. The nights were restless. The cold seemed to penetrate the walls. Every shadow made me jump. Every creak of the floorboards made my heart race. The diary became my only solace. I hoped that Elias, having lived through this, had some clue about dealing with the entity, but his entries grew more frantic, more desolate, and ended abruptly with the words, "It calls me the Wendigo. It's not just a legend, it's real and it hungers." My provisions were running out, and the snow showed no signs of relenting. I tried to focus on my writing, but the fear was overwhelming. One evening, as the sun's last light faded, I saw it. It was just a silhouette against the dimming horizon, but the antlers were unmistakable. The Wendigo. Panic overtook me. But then, an idea formed. The local tribes had legends, tales of confronting such spirits. Perhaps if I could communicate, show it I meant no harm, I might survive. The night was the coldest yet. I built a fire outside, the flames flickering, casting long, eerie shadows. Sitting cross-legged, I began to chant. The words were from an old native song Elias mentioned in his diary. The wind carried my voice across the lake, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, from the thick woods, it emerged. Tall, skeletal, with hollow eyes and those unmistakable antlers. Fear froze me, but I continued to chant. It approached slowly, its form flickering like a mirage. And then, unexpectedly, it began to mimic the chant, its voice a cacophony of whispers. Hours seemed to pass, and as the first light of dawn approached, the Wendigo retreated to the forest, its cries now subdued, almost mournful. I don't know if it was appeasement or an understanding, but I felt I had confronted an ancient spirit and survived. The snow began to melt, and with it, my ordeal at Echo Lake seemed to come to an end. The day I left, I returned the diary to its hiding spot with my own entry added, a warning to any who might stay at the cabin, a testament to my encounter. The Wendigo might be a legend, but legends often root themselves in truth. In the heart of Montana, Echo Lake holds secrets, whispers of the past. And though I had faced one of its darkest legends, I knew the lake had more tales waiting to be discovered. I drove away with a heavy heart, the cries of the Wendigo still echoing in my ears, a constant reminder of the thin line between myth and reality.
Montana, fated trails. It was meant to be a retreat, an escape from the monotony that had engulfed my daily existence. The sprawling wilderness of Montana was said to be therapeutic. It promised solitude, and as an avid hiker, the dense forests and untouched terrains were an irresistible call. As the days turned into weeks, I delved deeper into the forest. On one such evening, while following a path that seemed to be an old animal trail, I discovered an eerily pristine clearing. The ground was etched with symbols, ancient and inscrutable. It was evidently a tribal circle. The urge to investigate further almost overpowered me, but my instinctual wariness kicked in. I settled for watching from the shadowed embrace of the trees, curious to see if this place still bore any significance. It wasn't long before a soft hum permeated the stillness. From the opposite side of the clearing, twin sisters emerged. At first glance, they were strikingly beautiful, with blonde hair cascading like golden waterfalls. They began to dance, their movements synchronized, hypnotic, a dance that seemed as old as time itself. But as the dusk deepened, the enchantment started to wane. Their forms began to shift and warp, alternating between their initial beautiful forms and grotesque, nightmarish figures. Their skin flowed like molten wax, stretched thin to reveal a sinewy underlayer, their faces contorted into expressions of pure malice. Panic gripped me. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to flee. But just as I was about to, one of them, the one with a distinct scar tracing her cheek, turned her head sharply, her gaze finding mine. In that fleeting moment, her eyes weren't human. They were vast, black voids that seemed to consume everything they beheld. I sprinted, adrenaline fueling my flight. I camped at a different location that night, trying to convince myself that what I had seen was a figment of my imagination, an effect of the dimming light. But the next day, as I tried to venture further, hoping to put distance between myself and that accursed circle, I stumbled upon it again. And there they were, the twins, their eyes on me, waiting. The forest, which once seemed welcoming, now felt like a maze. Trails looped back on themselves, paths led to dead ends, and every time at the center of it all was the tribal circle with the sisters. Desperation and dread became my constant companions. I tried marking trees using my compass and even following the flow of rivers in a bid to escape, but every attempt was in vain. It became a sickening routine: hike, find the circle, flee, camp, and repeat. Sleep was hard to come by. In the veil of night, their whispers echoed through the trees, singing ancient lullabies filled with dark promises. They were always nearby, those twins, watching, waiting. I was their entertainment, their plaything in this vast, labyrinthine forest. One evening, in a fit of exasperation, I confronted them. "What do you want from me?" I cried. The one with the scar stepped forward, her form shifting between the beauty and the beast I had come to dread. "You trespassed," she hissed, her voice a chilling blend of innocence and malice. "Now you're bound to the forest, to us." In a desperate bid for freedom, I thought back to the tribal symbols etched into the ground. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way to break this bond. I began drawing them in the dirt, trying to replicate what I'd seen. The twins watched, intrigued. "Looking for a way out," the scarred one mocked. "There isn't one." But as I completed the last symbol, a brilliant light flashed. The twins recoiled, their forms disintegrating momentarily. Seizing the chance, I ran, not looking back. It felt like hours, maybe even days, but the forest eventually began to thin. And then, almost miraculously, I found myself on a familiar trailhead leading to the outskirts of the forest. I didn't stop running until civilization was in sight. Montana's wilderness had shown me both its beauty and its horrors. Weeks turned into months, and the traumatic experience began to feel distant. But every now and then, in the hush of a quiet night, a soft hum would reach my ears, a chilling reminder that I was once a guest in their labyrinth, and the haunting possibility that they might still be watching, waiting.
Slender Man, the hiker's diary. The gentle rustle of the wind through the trees, and the chirping of the birds had made our hiking trip feel like a pleasant escape from city life. My friends and I had ventured into a remote forest for a week-long excursion. On our third day, we discovered a small, semi-buried leather-bound diary near a dilapidated campsite. The pages, though browned and brittle with age, held the neat handwriting of its previous owner. May 1st, beautiful forests. The serenity is unmatched. Saw an unusually tall figure in the distance. Probably a trick of the eye. We huddled closer, curiosity piqued. The next entry read, May 2nd, there's something odd about this forest. Saw that figure again. Tall, faceless. Maybe just a fellow hiker. But something feels off. Each page grew more desperate. The entries became frantic scribbles. May 4th, it's watching me. I feel it everywhere. In the rustling leaves, the silent gaze from a distance. I tried speaking to it, but it just stands there. The faceless entity. By the time we reached the last few pages, I felt a chill despite the afternoon sun. May 6th, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see it standing at the edge of my tent. The slender, faceless man. I need to leave. The last entry made our hearts race. May 7th, it's too late for me. Whoever finds this, leave immediately. It's always watching. Don't let it find you. Alex laughed, brushing it off as a joke. Someone's idea of campfire tales, I guess. The rest of us tried to laugh along, but a sense of unease had settled. That evening, as we pitched our tents, we joked about the slender man. It was easier to mock than to admit we were spooked. But in the dead of night, a cold wind gusted, causing our tents to rattle. Through the thin material, I could make out a tall, elongated shadow. Frozen in fear, I held my breath, waiting for the shadow to move. It didn't. Dawn seemed like a distant dream, but eventually, the sun began to lighten the horizon. I mustered the courage to unzip the tent, half expecting to be met with a nightmarish figure. Instead, I was met with the sight of our campsite and the surrounding forest. Over breakfast, I hesitated to bring it up. But as soon as I mentioned it, Lily and Max confirmed they'd seen the shadow too. Only Alex remained skeptical. Shadows play tricks in low light, he reasoned. Determined to push our fears aside, we continued our hike. But as the forest grew denser, so did the atmosphere of dread. Each rustle, each sudden bird flight made us jump, and then, there it was. The tall, faceless figure, standing at a distance, watching us. We froze, our previous bravado melting away. Alex, who'd laughed it off, looked as pale as the rest of us. Without a word, we began retracing our steps, the weight of our backpacks forgotten as adrenaline took over. Every so often, one of us would glance back, only to confirm our worst fears. The figure was following us, always at a distance, but unmistakably there. We lost our way multiple times, but the presence of the slender man drove us forward. As evening approached, we stumbled upon the dilapidated campsite where we'd found the diary. The realization hit us hard, we were going in circles. Lily, panic evident in her eyes, whispered, "The diary. We need to leave it back. Maybe that's why it's after us." Without wasting a moment, I placed the diary where we found it. We waited, hoping the figure would vanish, that our nightmare would end, but it didn't. Night began to descend, and with it, a thick fog enveloped the forest. Visibility reduced to mere feet. Hand in hand, we continued to walk, hoping against hope to find a way out. As the hours dragged on, exhaustion took over. At some point, I realized Max was no longer with us. His hand had slipped from mine, and he was gone. We called out, our voices desperate, but the dense fog swallowed our cries. All that remained was an oppressive silence. With tears in our eyes, we pressed on, the forest seeming to grow darker and more twisted with every step. And then, as abruptly as our ordeal had started, we emerged. The forest edge, the road, and our parked car came into view. We didn't waste a second. Clambering in, we drove away, not daring to look back. To this day, we don't talk about our hiking trip. Max was never found. Every so often, when I close my eyes, I see that tall, faceless figure, standing in the distance, always watching. And the worst part? Deep down, I know it's still out there. Waiting. Watching. Always. Slenderman whispers in the woods. The dense woods had always been a subject of intrigue in our town. Legends spoke of a Slenderman-like figure who'd take people away, only to bury them deep within its heart. Despite the tales, or perhaps because of them, my friends and I decided to camp there one summer. Setting up our tents in a small clearing, we gathered around the campfire on the first night. As the logs crackled and the orange flames danced, we began sharing ghost stories. Jake, with his knack for dramatics, recited a tale of the tall man from the woods, saying that he'd leave hints about his victims, toying with their minds before finally taking them. I remember laughing, commenting on how cliché it sounded. However, the first hint of something strange occurred on the second night. Matt, one of our group, was nowhere to be found in the morning. His tent was neatly zipped up, his sleeping bag undisturbed. Panicking, we searched the immediate vicinity but found no trace. That night, huddled in my tent, I heard the softest whisper just outside the fabric. Cold and deep, where roots seep, that's where he sleeps. The voice was delicate, ethereal. My heart pounded so loudly, I thought it would burst. The following day, Jenna was gone. There was no trace of her, just like Matt. As night approached, the rest of us were on edge. And once more, as I lay wrapped in my sleeping bag, a whisper slipped through the night. Silent she lays, where darkness plays, lost in a maze. I couldn't sleep after that. I kept the tent zipper slightly open, hoping to catch a glimpse of the intruder. But I saw nothing. The next morning, Jake and Sarah, the last of my friends, were missing. I was alone, surrounded by these hostile woods that seemed to be guarding a dark secret. Feeling isolated and panicked, I considered leaving, but I had to know what happened to my friends. The sun set, and as darkness swallowed the landscape, I sat up in my tent, flashlight in hand. The whisper came earlier that night. Hurry and see, near the old tree, that's where they'll be. Mustering all the courage I could, I stepped out and shone my flashlight towards the woods, scanning for any signs. As the light beam moved, it fell upon a tall figure standing a few meters away, half concealed by the trees. He was thin, dressed in a black suit, his face obscured by shadows. In his hand was a leather-bound diary. With a start, I realized that the diary looked exactly like mine, one where I'd penned down my fears, thoughts, and secrets. My body went cold as I remembered an entry I wrote years ago about my recurring nightmare. A tall man in the woods taking away everyone I loved, leaving me alone. He slowly opened the diary and began to read out loud. My words, my thoughts echoed back to me, mocking me with their familiarity. As he reached the last page, there was a note I hadn't written. I am a reflection of your darkest thoughts. Fear gripped me tighter. What have you done with my friends? I screamed, my voice shaky. The figure tilted his head. They're here, he whispered, pointing towards the woods. Compelled by a mix of dread and determination, I walked deeper into the forest, the silhouette guiding me. After what seemed like hours, we reached an old, twisted tree. Beneath its ancient roots were freshly dug holes. 4 of them. They're waiting, the voice echoed, chillingly calm. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed. Sobbing, I mustered the courage to ask, why? Why are you doing this? He leaned closer, his breath cold against my ear. You brought me to life with your fears. I am born from your thoughts. Despair consumed me. The weight of the realization that my own mind had conjured up this horror was suffocating. I had, unintentionally, manifested my deepest fears. Without another word, the figure melted into the darkness, leaving me amidst the chilling silence of the woods. The next morning, I was found by a search party, delirious and traumatized. They never found any bodies, nor did they find any evidence of my friends ever being there. Some say I went into the woods alone and imagined it all, but every time I close my eyes, I hear those whispers, reminding me of the price of fear. And somewhere in the depths of those woods, the tall man waits, a reflection of our darkest thoughts. Alien in the street. The morning sun painted the rooftops gold as I strolled through the streets of my hometown, enjoying the serenity. Birds chirped, and kids played in the distance. But as I walked further, an eerie quietness began to envelope the surroundings. The playful laughter faded, and even the birds ceased their songs. Rounding the corner of Elm Street, I came upon the town square, normally bustling with activity, but today, it was oddly deserted. The only soul in sight was a man standing in front of Henderson's bakery. He was unlike anyone I'd ever seen. Pale grey-skinned with shriveled sinewy flesh, his dark green eyes bulged grotesquely. Curiosity, mingled with concern, pulled me closer. Maybe he was unwell or lost. But as I neared him, He fixed his unsettling gaze upon me. His lips barely moved as he whispered, "Your town has been chosen. By sunset, there will be none left. Only me, and others like me." Chills ran down my spine. The blood drained from my face. Was he threatening me? The town? What did he mean? Not waiting for a reply, he turned away and started walking at an unnaturally fast pace. I decided to follow him, keeping a safe distance. He stopped in front of houses, touching the doors with long, bony fingers. At each house, I saw a faint green glow emanate from the entrance. Was he marking the houses? What was he doing? Suddenly, a child's scream echoed through the air. Racing towards the source, I reached Mrs. Whitman's house. The door was ajar. I entered cautiously to find her and her daughter, Lucy, huddled together. They looked terrified. "There are more of them," Lucy cried, pointing out the window. I peered out and saw more figures with the same grey skin and bulging eyes, all walking methodically and touching houses. The entire town seemed to be paralyzed with fear. "We need to leave," I whispered to Mrs. Whitman. Before sunset, quickly, we left the house and began rallying people, urging them to gather at the town hall. News of the strange man's prediction and the haunting figures spread like wildfire. Panic ensued. By midday, a majority of the townsfolk had congregated in the town hall. Murmurs filled the room as we tried to piece together what was happening. Mr. Douglas, the town's historian, stood up. "There are old tales," he began, "of creatures from beyond. They come to towns that have been chosen, marking houses and taking souls. By sunset, the town becomes theirs." His words only intensified the panic. "We must fight," shouted Mayor Peters. "We can't let them take our town." But how do you fight the unknown? Hours flew by as we fortified the town hall, preparing for the worst. We watched from the windows as the sky turned a fiery orange, signifying the approach of sunset. The grey-skinned figures grew in number, circling the hall, waiting. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. A ghastly green glow illuminated the room. One by one, people started to vanish. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, then another and another. I clutched onto Mrs. Whitman and Lucy, but within moments, they too were gone. I was alone, surrounded by those bulging dark green eyes. "You can't escape. Your town was chosen," whispered a voice. Mustering all the courage I had left, I lunged towards a window, shattering it. The sharp edges cut my skin, but I ignored the pain and ran as fast as I could, away from the town hall, away from the silent town. I ran till the moon was high, exhaustion threatening to overtake me. Finally, collapsing by a stream, I let sleep claim me. The next morning, I awoke to the soft chirping of birds. Everything seemed normal. With a heavy heart, I made my way back to town, hoping against hope. The town looked unchanged, but it was silent. The eerie quietness was deafening. Houses, shops, streets, all stood still. No kids playing, no birds singing. Just silence. The townsfolk were gone, and in their place, statuesque figures with grey skin and dark green eyes stood, watching. They didn't approach or threaten. They just observed. Tears streamed down my face as I realized the devastating truth. My town, my home, was now theirs. And I was the sole survivor of the silent takeover. With one last look at what once was, I turned away. I didn't know where I was headed, but I had a story to tell, a warning to give. Before another town fell silent. They took my babies from me. I was never a believer in the supernatural or extraterrestrial, even after that night when I woke up in a strange place, lights flashing over me, an experience so vivid, yet so impossible to explain. I had chalked it up to a night terror, a vivid nightmare brought on by stress. But then the whispers started. It was always the same, gentle whispers in a language I couldn't understand, barely audible but always there, in the back of my mind. I saw doctors, therapists, even tried meditation. Nothing helped. When I found out I was pregnant, I had never been more elated in my life. I had always wanted to be a mother. But the realization that I was carrying twins came as a shock. What followed was even more terrifying. The whispers grew louder, more persistent, as if trying to communicate something urgently. My partner, Sam, was worried. He would often find me staring into space, lost in the gentle hum of the voices. He attended every doctor's appointment with me, holding my hand as we eagerly awaited to catch a glimpse of our babies. But each time we tried to have an ultrasound, the image was obscured by a strange interference. There were static-like lines, unusual patterns, and the hum of the machine was replaced by a cacophony of soft whispers. The doctors were baffled. One technician even muttered, "I've never seen anything like this." It was then that I remembered my night terror from months ago. The cold metal beneath me, the strange lights, the sensation of being observed. Could it have been real? The day the twins were born, the whispers reached a deafening crescendo and then fell silent. The room was filled with a hushed expectancy. They didn't cry like most newborns do. Instead, they gazed up at me, their skin a pale grey, their large, sunken eyes absorbing every detail of my face. It was unsettling, yet the maternal instinct in me took over, and I held them close. "They're so quiet," Sam remarked, a touch of concern in his voice. That night, in the dim light of the hospital room, I tried to nurse them. They refused. Instead, they simply smiled at me, their tiny lips curling up in unison, their eyes piercing the very core of my soul. Sam had fallen asleep, exhausted from the day's events. I watched over my babies, trying to understand the overwhelming emotions coursing through me. The whispers had started again, but now they seemed to be coming from the twins, their tiny mouths moving in a language I still couldn't understand. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in a blinding light. I tried to shield my eyes, my heart racing. Figures emerged from the light, tall and slender, their features obscured. They approached the twins, their hands reaching out for them. "No!" I screamed, trying to pull away, but an unseen force held me in place. I could only watch, tears streaming down my face, as they took my babies away, their smiles forever etched in my memory. As quickly as they appeared, the figures vanished, taking with them the only thing that mattered to me. The room was silent, save for the heart-wrenching sobs escaping my lips. Sam jolted awake, looking around in confusion. "The twins, they took them." I cried, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Sam tried to console me, but his words were hollow. We were both shattered. Months passed. The whispers had ceased, but the silence was even more deafening. Sam and I attended therapy, trying to process our loss, the inexplicable events surrounding the twins' birth, and their abrupt disappearance. Every night, I would gaze at the moon, especially when it was a sharp crescent, praying for a sign, an answer. One night, as I stood by the window, the whispers returned, but this time they were clear, distinct. "We are with them. They are with us. They are the bridge between our worlds. Fear not, for they are loved and cherished." And just like that, the voices vanished. I was left with a strange sense of peace. My babies were out there, somewhere, a bridge between two worlds, loved and cherished. It was little consolation, but it was all I had. And so, every night, I whispered my own message into the cosmos, hoping it would reach them. "I love you, always and forever." The curious will. The atmosphere on the drive was electric, thunderbolts pierced the sky, and the rain pattered violently on my car's roof. It was a strange night to meet a source, especially at such a secluded location. But the prospect of authenticating a centuries-old document excited me, and my curiosity was irrepressible. Upon reaching the crossroads, the only source of light came from a dim street lamp. Bathed under its soft glow stood an old man. His pallid, rotting skin seemed to absorb the rain rather than deflect it. He looked fragile, and yet, there was a determined stiffness to his posture. As I cautiously approached, the old man held out a piece of paper. The sheen of fresh ink was evident even in the faint light. The wall looked ancient, but the ink seemed new. As my fingers extended to grasp the parchment, the man's gaze fixed upon mine. His eyes, sunken, wearied by age, and clouded with cataracts, held a chilling intensity. There was knowledge in them, pain, and something far more ancient than the document he presented. "This is your heritage," he whispered, his voice a dry rustle like leaves scraping on cobblestones. Startled, I pulled back slightly. "What do you mean?" But without another word, the man turned, blending effortlessly with the darkness, leaving me alone under the street lamp with the ancient wool. I returned to my office, my fingers itching to begin the research. The names and places listed in the wool were unfamiliar. But as I delved deeper into the lineage and the lands it described, things took a turn for the eerie. Every evening, as the clock neared midnight, the temperature in my study would plummet. The room would fill with a scent, earthy and damp, like a fresh grave. Papers would rustle on their own, inkwells would tip, spilling fresh ink across the desk, mimicking the fresh ink on the ancient wool. The names listed in the document seemed cursed. One by one, as I researched them, I'd receive anonymous phone calls at odd hours, with nothing but whispers on the other end, recounting tales of betrayal, revenge, and promises unfulfilled. Late one night, the whispers spoke directly to me. "Right the wrongs, or join our fate," they hissed, sending shivers down my spine. Sleepless nights turned into exhaustive days. I pored through records, connecting the lineage, tracing back the lands. The wool was bequeathing vast territories, lands taken deceitfully from a local tribe by an ancestor of mine, a colonialist who had falsified documents to claim them. The pieces finally began to fit together. The will, possibly suppressed for years by my own ancestors, was a last attempt to rectify their betrayal, a desperate attempt to give back the stolen lands. It was, essentially, an admission of guilt and a quest for redemption. Determined, I reached out to the current descendants of the tribe. We organized a meeting, and I presented them with the wool, explaining my findings and my own unnerving experiences. As they listened intently, the elder of the group, a woman with the same intense, knowing eyes as the old man, nodded slowly. "The spirits have waited," she said. "And they chose you to mend what was broken." With the tribe's guidance, I followed the instructions laid out in the will. We held a ceremony on the stolen lands, honoring the spirits, acknowledging the wrongdoing, and seeking forgiveness. That night, the weight that had clung to me since meeting the old man at the crossroads lifted. The eerie events ceased, the cold presence in my study vanished, and the whispers that haunted my nights were silenced. Weeks later, on a clear evening, I drove back to the crossroads. The street lamp seemed brighter, the night less ominous. But there was no sign of the old man. Instead, a soft wind carried whispered gratitude from voices long silenced, echoing the sentiment that redemption, no matter how delayed, could heal wounds across time. From that day, the document, now named the Curious Wool, found its place in historical records, not just as a testament to land and lineage, but as an enduring tale of justice, heritage, and a past that would not be ignored. The YouTube Witch. It started as a typical evening. Freshly brewed tea in hand, I sat down to indulge in my favorite pastime, exploring obscure YouTube channels. You know, the kind that has less than 1,000 subscribers and some hidden gems of content. While traversing the deep maze of the platform, I stumbled upon a channel named the YouTube Witch. It had an array of videos showcasing dark rituals, chants, and spells. The footage, laden with dim candlelight and old artifacts, emanated an eerie authenticity that sent chills down my spine. One video titled, "The Spell of Shadows," depicted the witch chanting incantations. The shadows in the room danced wildly, seemingly independent of any light source. Another, Eyes of the Beholder, had her casting a spell that seemingly turned her eyes from a deep blue to pure black. VFX and editing, I thought, albeit impressively done. Curiosity piqued, I commented, incredibly realistic. "How did you achieve that effect?" and hit the like button, appreciating the effort put into the content. Days went by, and I almost forgot about the channel until a notification pinged my phone. The YouTube which is broadcasting live. I tuned in, greeted by her familiar eerie setting. There she was, donning a dark cloak, her face partially obscured. Without preamble, she began chanting in a language I couldn't recognize. As the rhythm of her voice intensified, an inexplicable coldness crept into my room. It felt as if the very atmosphere around me was getting dense. Suddenly, the screen went black. When the video feed returned, I no longer saw the witch. Instead, my own reflection stared back at me. Except, it was horribly wrong. My eyes were hollow black sockets, and my skin appeared as a rotting canvas. A twisted smile carved across the reflection's face. I tried to shut the browser, but my screen was frozen. I glanced at the chat alongside the video, realizing I wasn't the only one. Comments flooded in. What the hell is this? Why do I see myself? This is not funny. Who's doing this? My reflection, it's moving on its own. As I stared in horror, my digital reflection began mimicking my movements. But with every passing second, it became more sinister. It started gesturing for me to come closer, its mouth moving silently, mouthing words I couldn't understand. Desperate, I unplugged my laptop. The screen went dead, and relief washed over me. But the momentary relief turned into sheer horror when I caught my reflection in the black screen. It was still there, the grotesque version of me, smiling malevolently. Panic took over. I grabbed my phone to call a friend, only to find the same grotesque reflection in its screen. Suddenly, the reflection lunged out from the screen. I dropped the phone, narrowly avoiding its grasp. Scouring the internet via my old desktop, which thankfully showed no altered reflection, I found a forum of others experiencing the same phenomenon. The commonality? We had all either commented or liked that damnable video. We collectively pieced together that this YouTube witch was not just another content creator. She had seemingly tapped into some dark force, a spell that bridged the digital realm with our reality. Our digital selves, once twisted by her spell, sought to replace us in the real world. A user named Arcane Hunter proposed a plan. He had tracked down a location linked to the IP address of the YouTube witch's uploads. It was a risk, but those affected decided to meet and confront this witch. We congregated at an old, dilapidated house situated deep within the woods. The aura of the place mirrored the videos of the witch. As we cautiously made our way in, we heard the familiar chants echoing through the house. In the basement, amidst a sea of lit candles, stood the YouTube witch, engrossed in another spell. Without hesitation, Arcane Hunter began countering her chant with an incantation of his own. A duel of words and wills ensued, the room thickening with tension. With one final, resonant chant from Arcane Hunter, the witch shrieked. Her form disintegrated into shadows, sucked into the very devices she used to broadcast her spells. As she vanished, we all felt an immediate lightness, a lifting of the oppressive dread. Checking our devices, our reflections were back to normal, the digital doppelgangers nowhere to be seen. The aftermath was a blur. The affected users and I decided to keep our ordeal secret, fearing the ridicule and disbelief of the masses. The house was burned down, ensuring no remnants of the witch's malevolence remained. Though life has since returned to normal, I've become wary of the digital world. My once beloved pastime now carries a tinge of fear. But the most haunting part? Every now and then, when I least expect it, I swear I can hear the faint echo of the witch's chant, a chilling reminder of the thin boundary between the digital realm and our reality. But here I was, dashing through a decrepit tunnel I'd never seen before, praying it led to a faster route. My brother's engagement party wouldn't wait, and the train delay had cost me valuable time. With only the dim glow of my flashlight illuminating the way, I stumbled against a stranger who was just as surprised to see me. He was tall and lean, with salt and pepper hair and an old-fashioned look about him. His eyes flickered with both curiosity and anxiety. "Sorry," I gasped. "Didn't see you there." "It's all right," he replied. "Not many people take this route. I'm here doing research." "Research?" "In the subway," he chuckled. "I'm a historian. Specialize in urban myths, particularly those surrounding old subway systems." "Well," I said, catching my breath, "I never knew this tunnel existed until tonight." "What kind of myths are we talking about?" His expression darkened. "You've heard of the werewolf legends?" I frowned. "Werewolves?" In a subway, he began recounting tales of mysterious disappearances during full moon nights, echoing howls from the tunnels, and silhouettes that didn't match their owners. The stories were ludicrous but fascinating. However, as he spoke, I noticed his agitation growing. His voice quivered, and sweat beads formed on his forehead. "You seem unnerved," I remarked, trying to make light of the situation. He glanced nervously around. "It's just, tonight's one of those nights. The full moon. I've been underground too long." I squinted at him. "Are you saying you believe in those legends?" He swallowed hard. "Not just believe. I fear I may be a part of one." The flashlight's beam unintentionally strayed from the path to the man's feet. Behind him, his shadow was grotesquely distorted, seeming to twitch and morph into something unnatural. My heart rate picked up, and a shiver ran down my spine. As we approached a fork in the tunnel, he stopped abruptly, looking torn. "One path leads out quickly. The other, it goes deeper. Farther away from people." I couldn't hide my alarm. "What are you saying?" He locked eyes with mine, desperation evident. "The legends aren't just tales. They are warnings. I learned about my family's curse too late. The moon affects me, changes me." The realization struck me like a lightning bolt. "You're saying you're a werewolf," he finished, voice breaking. "I've managed it for years, always ensuring I'm away from people during the transformation. But tonight, I got caught up in my research. I've never transformed down here before." I weighed my options. I could help him get deeper into the tunnels, ensuring no one else would encounter him tonight. Or, I could make a run for it, save myself, and leave him to deal with his curse alone. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, voice shaking. "Because I don't want to hurt anyone," he confessed. "And you're here. If you leave me now, and I transform near the main lines," the implication was clear. He could potentially harm or even kill any innocent bystanders he encountered. I made a decision. "Okay, we'll get you deeper into the tunnels. Far from others. But you'll need to guide me out afterward." He nodded, gratefulness shining in his eyes. "Thank you." Together, we ventured deeper into the belly of the subway. The deeper we went, the more he began to groan and stagger. The weight of the impending transformation was physically manifesting. Finally, in a remote chamber where the sound of the outside world was but a faint murmur, he turned to me. "This is far enough." I watched in a mix of horror and fascination as the transformation began. His bones cracked, his body contorted, and he became a creature out of the darkest nightmares. Morning found me emerging from the subway entrance, exhausted but alive. The historian turned werewolf was nowhere to be seen. Whether he'd managed to find his way out or was still lurking in the depths, I couldn't say. That night changed my life. Every full moon, I'd leave provisions at the entrance of that old tunnel, a small attempt to help a cursed soul seeking refuge from the world. The story of our chance encounter remained my secret, a chilling reminder that myths and legends often contain kernels of truth and that sometimes, the most frightening tales unfold in the most unexpected of places. Ghost in the street, alleyway echoes. The muffled hum of the city burst in my ears as I called out, "Mittens! Mittens! Where are you?" The streetlights cast long, flickering shadows on the graffiti-covered walls. Every lost pet poster or faded billboard seemed like a cruel mockery of my situation. My little tabby cat, Mittens, had darted out of my apartment earlier that evening, and I'd been searching for hours. a distant, sorrowful wail caught my attention. I turned towards the narrow alleyway from where it seemed to originate. I hoped it might be Mittens, albeit the cry was more human, and for some reason, eerily familiar. With a shiver, I ventured into the alley, the city's noises fading behind me. There, bathed in the dim glow of a broken street lamp, stood a young woman, dressed in a 1920s flapper dress, her silhouette ghostly against the cobbled ground. She looked ethereal, yet lost, her eyes vacant. I approached her, my steps echoing through the alley, but as I neared, she seemed to move further away, her form fading like a distant memory. "Hey, are you all right?" I shouted, but she remained silent, turning a corner and disappearing from sight. I quickened my pace, hoping to catch up, but instead stumbled upon old, yellowed newspaper clippings scattered across the floor. Picking one up, I read, "Tragic death in Central Alley, young woman found murdered." The date was from the 1920s. The woman in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to the apparition I'd just seen. My heart raced as I picked up another, detailing speculations about the murderer, but none gave any conclusive answers. The wind picked up, rustling the clippings and chilling me to the bone. A growing sense of dread consumed me. This wasn't just about Mittens anymore. The woman needed my help, I felt it. That night, as I lay in bed, I experienced an intense, lucid dream. I was the young woman, standing in the very alley I'd been in earlier. The sound of jazz music wafted from a nearby speakeasy, and I felt giddy with excitement. But as I danced alone, a shadow approached, its intentions dark. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. A sharp pain, a feeling of betrayal, and then, darkness. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat. The dream, no, the memory, was so vivid. Each night after that, I relived her last moments, each time with a little more detail. I could feel her fear, her pain, but also her yearning for justice. Days turned into weeks. Consumed by the need to solve her murder, I started researching, digging through the archives of the city's library. Names and faces began to emerge, potential suspects, past scandals, and bitter rivalries from that era. Each night, I returned to the alley, hoping to communicate with her. She would appear, silently leading me, always just out of reach. It became a ritual. I'd chase her echo, pick up another newspaper clipping, then immerse myself in research the next day. One evening, an old woman approached me at the library. "You're searching for her, aren't you?" she whispered. I nodded, taken aback. My grandmother told me about her. She was a dear friend, and her murder broke the community. There were whispers, but no one came forward. Fear gripped everyone. She handed me a diary, its pages brittle with age. "This belonged to my grandmother. Maybe it'll help you." Reading the diary, I discovered a name: Edgar Mitchell, a wealthy businessman with ties to the mob. A rejected suitor of the young woman. Pieces of the puzzle began to fit. In the margins of one page, a hastily scribbled note read, "She must never find out about Edgar. It'll destroy her." Empowered with this knowledge, I returned to the alley, calling out to the apparition. "I know who did this to you." It was Edgar Mitchell. This time, she approached me. Tears streamed down her face, yet she remained silent. As she drew near, she handed me a final newspaper clipping. It read, "Prominent businessman Edgar Mitchell found dead, suspected mob ties." Beneath the headline was the date, exactly 1 month after her murder. I stared at her, realization dawning. The community might not have brought him to justice through the law, but in the dangerous game of mob politics, someone had avenged her. The apparition nodded, her face softening with relief. The chains of the past that held her were broken. She mouthed a silent thank you and disappeared, leaving me alone in the cold, silent alley. A soft meow broke the silence. Turning around, I found Mittens, safe and sound, rubbing against my leg. With a smile, I picked him up, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. The echoes of the alley had finally been silenced, and two souls, one human and one feline, returned to their world, forever changed by the ghost in the street. Abduction account. This happened to me. Sunlight danced through the window, its golden hues cascading across the canvas. With each brushstroke, I, Marie, felt a swell of emotions. My fingers tingled, moving seemingly of their own volition, pulling the translucent yellowish-white pigment from the palette. Painting had always been my solace, a space free from the oppressive weight of anxiety. My classmates would often stare at my pieces, expressions contorted between admiration and confusion. "Your work is intense," Sarah whispered once, her voice trembling. "It's like you're showing us a part of your soul." I smiled weakly. Sarah wasn't wrong. Painting was the outlet for a deep-rooted turmoil I couldn't place. But her choice of words was more accurate than she realized. Each canvas I painted was not just a reflection of my soul, it was a window into it. When the instructor, Mr. Delaney, proposed a class trip to a local hypnotist for artistic inspiration, my heart raced. I'd long considered regression hypnosis as a means to uncover the origins of my anxiety, and perhaps the inspiration behind my haunting artwork. The hypnotist's office was dimly lit, walls adorned with dream catchers and crystal pendulums. A scent of lavender hung in the air as she ushered me onto a plush recliner. "Just relax," she murmured, her voice melodic. "Let's unlock the doors to your past." The room faded, and I was thrust into an eerily familiar space. Cold, metal surfaces gleamed around me, but I was enveloped in something warm and viscous, a gelatinous material that held me suspended. Panic surged. Silver beings, their eyes void of emotion, moved methodically. I could sense their intent, to study, to probe. My entire body seized with pain, a sensation beyond human understanding. My screams were stifled by the substance around me, and my world narrowed to pure agony. But amidst that torment, there was a clarity. The yellowish-white hue, the very color that dominated my canvases, was the same shade as the gelatinous material. Gasping, I snapped back to the hypnotist's room, tears streaming down my face. The memories felt too real, too visceral to be mere figments of imagination. As days passed, I found it impossible to paint. The very sight of that translucent yellowish-white hue was enough to send my heart into overdrive. Yet, one evening, I felt an undeniable pull. Taking up my brush, I surrendered to the urge. The painting that materialized was unlike any I'd ever created. It was a mirror, a portal of sorts, reflecting that horrific chamber, with me, suspended in the center. The silver beings surrounded me, their forms more defined, their presence almost tangible. As the finishing touches were applied, I stepped back in horror. The figures in the painting seemed to move, their eyes looking onto mine with a chilling intensity. The ringing of my phone jolted me from the trance. It was Sarah. "Marie," she began, her voice quivering, "your paintings, they're alive. We were studying your earlier works in class today, and the figures, they moved. They're trying to communicate." Every canvas I'd created had become a conduit, a bridge between their world and mine. Terror gripped me. Were these memories merely replays of the past, or had I unknowingly painted gateways for these beings? I desperately rummaged through my studio, tearing each haunting artwork to shreds. But as I approached the newest painting, the one reflecting my abduction, a force held me back. My reflection in the painting reached out, her hands pressed against the other side of the canvas. The silver beings closed in, their intentions clearer than ever. They hadn't finished their experiments. They wanted me back. In a fit of desperation, I grabbed a palette knife, slashing the canvas. But with each cut, I felt a searing pain, as if I was slicing into my very flesh. I realized with a chilling clarity, to destroy the painting was to destroy myself. Dropping the knife, I backed away, breathing raggedly. I had to find another way. If these canvases were portals, then perhaps they could be sealed. Working with renewed determination, I mixed paints of every hue, with the exception of the dreaded yellowish white. I began to paint over the haunting image, layer by layer, hoping to seal the gateway shut. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. But when I finally put down the brush, the painting had transformed, a myriad of colors, but not a hint of the otherworldly scene. Exhausted, I collapsed into bed, praying I'd truly escape their clutches. But even as sleep claimed me, a whisper echoed in the back of my mind: had I really sealed the portal, or merely masked it? Only time would tell if the reflections from the other side would ever break through again. The Sore Man of London. The incessant rain beat down on London for weeks, but what troubled the residents most was the unexpected flooding of the Soars. The waters seemed to rise at a pace that defied nature. As streets started to inundate and homes became threatened, panic gripped the city. Missing person reports were flooding in, but one in particular caught the eye of investigator Callum, a historian named Marjorie who had recently been researching a forgotten chapter of London's past. Delving into her notes, Callum found references to a submerged chamber hidden deep in the city's bowels. Armed with a flashlight and accompanied by a small team, he navigated the dark, labyrinthine tunnels. The pungent aroma and echoing drips only added to the eerie atmosphere. Hours felt like days, but finally, they stumbled upon the chamber. A massive circular room, its walls adorned with engravings that seemed to tell a story. At the center, submerged in the foul water, was a lone figure. He appeared more creature than man, with pale, wrinkled skin, eyes that reflected the darkness, and long limbs that drifted like water plants. He silently bobbed, guarding a shimmering artifact resting on a pedestal just beneath the surface. It was clear that the chamber was his domain, and he watched as the intruders approached. Upon seeing the artifact, a delicate, crystal amulet, Callum recalled an ancient tale of the Thames Guardian, a man who sacrificed himself to protect a relic that held the power to summon waters. The legend spoke of a curse: anyone who tried to claim the amulet would be swallowed by the waters it summoned. This is it. The artifact Marjorie was searching for, whispered Callum, his flashlight beam dancing upon the figure. A voice from behind startled him. "Do you know what you've stumbled upon?" It was Marjorie, drenched and gaunt, emerging from the shadows. "Marjorie! We've been looking for you. How did you get here?" She ignored his questions. "That's the Sore Man. He was once a guardian, a protector of London. He sacrificed his humanity to keep this artifact safe. Each time someone tries to claim it, the waters rise." Callum frowned, trying to make sense of it all. "But why would you want this? What does it do?" "It holds a secret, Callum," Marjorie replied. "A secret about London's origin and power. In the right hands, it could reshape history." Realization hit Callum. "You tried to take it, didn't you?" Marjorie nodded, remorse evident in her eyes. "And now, London pays the price." The Sore Man, sensing the conversation, began to stir, his gaze fixating on Marjorie. He moved with an uncanny grace, the waters bending to his will. He stopped before her, an outstretched hand pointing to the artifact. The message was clear: return it or face the consequences. A plan formed in Callum's mind. "Marjorie, you have to make it right. Give it back." She hesitated, torn between her desire for the knowledge the artifact promised and saving the city she loved. Taking a deep breath, she carefully approached the Sore Man, gently placing her hand on his. A powerful rush of energy surged, and the waters around them began to whirl. The artifact glowed, illuminating the chamber with a brilliant light. The water levels started receding, and the once overpowering murkiness began to clear. As the artifact settled back on its pedestal, the Sore Man, freed from the curse's shackles, transformed. His once grotesque features softened, revealing the remnants of the man he once was. He nodded at Marjorie and Callum, gratitude evident in his weary eyes. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice echoing throughout the chamber. "The curse has been lifted. The city will flourish once more." The trio emerged from the soars, greeted by a clear night sky. The rains had stopped, and the city was slowly returning to normalcy. The story of the Saw Man became legend, a tale of sacrifice and redemption, forever intertwined with London's hidden history. Callum, changed by the experience, often visited the spot where the chamber was, reminding himself of the price one paid for tampering with powers beyond comprehension. Marjorie, on the other hand, left London, vowing to ensure that history remained undisturbed. And so, deep beneath the city, the Saw Man of London rests, forever watching over the artifact that holds the city's heart and secrets. Alien encounter in the woods. The darkness inside my mind felt even thicker than the vast expanse of trees ahead of me. The therapist had recommended forest therapy, claiming that nature had a way of healing even the deepest scars. Trauma-induced memory loss was no joke. The gaping holes in my past felt like wounds, perpetually raw. On my third visit, the woods felt different, deeper, older, and more alive. The whispers of the leaves seemed louder and more articulate, almost as if they were communicating. My feet tread softly on the damp ground, guided by nothing more than the muted light filtering through the canopy. The silence was broken by a soft rustle, a movement in the corner of my eye. I looked towards it, and what I saw was no mere trick of light. Emerging from the foliage was something. It was neither plant nor animal, but an eerie combination of the two. Its body, a mesh of leaves and twigs, extended tendrils that seemed to pulse with a greenish glow. Its eyes, or what seemed to be eyes, penetrated my very soul. They were black orbs, vast and endless, reflecting not just my face, but fragments of my past. A myriad of moments spun within them: a birthday party, a dog I once had, my first kiss, memories I had no conscious recollection of. The feeling was like a fog lifting, but with every memory that returned, a nearby tree would wither, its leaves shriveling and bark turning grey. A telepathic voice echoed in my head, deep and resonant: "I can give you back what you've lost, but everything comes at a price." Frozen, I watched in horror as the being showcased more memories. The thrill of my graduation day, the warmth of my mother's embrace, the anguish of my first heartbreak, each memory more vivid than the last. But with every scene that played before my eyes, the forest bore the brunt. Trees decayed, plants wilted, and the vibrant life around me dimmed. The more I remembered, the more the forest died. It wasn't just about the memories, it was the emotions tied to them, the joys, the sorrows, the love, and the pain. The alien being seemed to feed off these emotions, growing stronger and more tangible with each fragment of my past. Its form became clearer, its glow brighter. "I can give you everything," it whispered, the words a seductive promise. "Your past, your identity, your very essence. But the forest will bear the cost." Tears streamed down my face. The woods around me groaned in agony. The once tranquil environment now felt like a battlefield, with me at its center. "Who are you?" I asked, voice trembling. "I am a keeper of memories, lost and forgotten. I thrive on them, sustain myself with them. Your pain drew me to you." I closed my eyes, trying to block out the visions that threatened to consume me. "Why this forest? Why does it have to suffer for my memories?" "It's the balance of nature," the creature responded. "To retrieve something lost, something must be given in return." I thought of the animals that called this forest home, the plants that would perish, and the entire ecosystem that would collapse. My personal torment against the survival of this ancient woodland. With newfound determination, I addressed the being: "I choose the forest. My memories are a part of me, but they don't define me. I won't let this place die for my sake." The creature seemed to shimmer, its form fluctuating. "Very well," it said, sounding almost regretful. The memories faded from its eyes, the black orbs becoming opaque. With a final rustle, it melded back into the forest, disappearing as if it had never been there. I left the forest that day, the weight of my decision heavy on my heart. The holes in my memory still remained, vast and haunting, but I had come to terms with them. They were my cross to bear, a testament to the sacrifices we sometimes have to make for the greater good. Years passed. I often visited the forest, nurturing its growth, planting trees, and ensuring its survival. With every visit, I felt a strange sense of peace. Perhaps, in its own way, the forest remembered, even if I didn't. The shifting campsite. The woods of Oriel Forest were ancient, full of secrets whispered only to the wind. As a group of enthusiastic hikers, we longed to unravel these secrets. So, one summer afternoon, we set out. The first night was uneventful, our campfire stories echoing in the darkness. When dawn's light spilled through the leaves, we realized our campsite had moved. Tents, campfire, even our belongings, they'd shifted about 20 feet from where we originally set up. It was odd, but we brushed it off, blaming it on a collective misremembering. After all, the forest looked identical, towering trees, dappled sunlight, the soft trill of hidden birds. Yet, the phenomenon continued. Every morning, the campsite had moved. The unease among us grew, even more so when we noticed the subtle differences, familiar trees with branches not as we remembered, or our trails looping back to our campsite no matter which direction we walked. On the fifth morning, a thick mist had settled in. As it cleared, it revealed figures sitting around our fire. Older, haggard, they looked hauntingly familiar. We slowly recognized them as us, older versions of ourselves, wearing tattered clothes and expressions of sheer desperation. "You need to leave, now," the older version of me croaked, his voice echoing the fear in his eyes. "Why?" I stammered. "The forest feeds," he whispered. "It feeds on time." The older versions shared their tale, how they'd been trapped in this ever-shifting forest, aging rapidly as the days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The forest created a time rift, feasting on the temporal energy of its inhabitants. Terrified, we packed hurriedly, but no matter which direction we went, the forest looped us back to our campsite. Desperate, we listened to our older selves. "The only way out," my older self began, "is to break the loop." "How?" I asked, voice trembling. "You must willingly feed the forest," he replied. One by one, my friends agreed to stay, hoping to buy the others more time. Each sacrifice aged rapidly, their youth consumed until they withered away. But the campsite kept shifting, and our exit remained elusive. Finally, only I remained, aged but determined. As the realization hit, I understood the grave truth. The forest didn't just want one, it craved us all. In the heart of the forest, I laid down, letting the ground consume me. Days turned into years, years into decades. Soon, I was but a whisper, a tale of caution among the trees. And then, a familiar laughter echoed. I saw my younger self, alongside my friends, setting up their camp, giddy with excitement. They hadn't seen the dangers yet. Using the last of my energy, I pushed through the rift, warning them of the fate they would soon face. But as I looked into my younger eyes, I realized that time wasn't just cyclical, it was twisted, deceptive. Their story had already begun, and my warning was just another loop in the endless spiral. As I faded away, I knew the forest would always be hungry, always waiting, and time would forever be its willing feast. The silent observers. I've been a wildlife photographer for over a decade. Nature always held a profound mystery for me, its untouched regions offering unique, breathtaking shots of rare species. This time, my target was the elusive forest owl, a bird so rare that its existence was almost mythological. It was the dense woods of the Akigahara in Japan that beckoned me. Stories whispered of its reputation as a haunted forest, but such tales only fueled my determination. Equipped with my camera, a sturdy tripod, and my love for the unknown, I ventured forth. My first day was uneventful. During daylight, I was greeted by the melodic calls of birds and the rustling of leaves. Night soon fell, and I set up my camera for a long exposure, hoping to capture nocturnal creatures unaware. That morning, I eagerly examined the shots. Among the ordinary images of scurrying critters and fluttering wings, one shot froze me in place. At the far edge of the frame, there were faint, humanoid silhouettes standing amidst the trees, unmoving. They were like statues, merely observing. Chalking it up to a bizarre trick of shadows, I shrugged it off. I spent the day scouting locations and clicking pictures. As night approached, I decided to set up my camera again. The next morning, my heart raced as I browsed through the night's captures. There they were again, the figures. But this time, there were more. Still distant, but undeniably present and unmistakably human-like. Yet, they had no features, no details, just silhouettes. I thought of packing up, but the allure of the unknown held me captive. I decided to capture a video the next night. Maybe movement would bring clarity. The sun set too quickly for my liking, but I prepared nonetheless. The camera was set to record until morning, its infrared feature ensuring the figures would not escape unseen. What I viewed the next day was beyond comprehension. The video showcased the serene beauty of the forest at night. But as hours rolled by in fast forward, the edge of the frame filled with the silent, unmoving observers. Their number grew, and the once empty forest now felt like an audience chamber. They didn't step closer, they simply stood and watched. What haunted me more was the audio. While the forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl, there were no footsteps, no whispers, no indication of these figures moving. They simply appeared. Terror gripped me. I decided that tonight would be my last in Akigahara. Night came, and my courage faltered. Instead of preparing my camera for another night shot, I packed up. But curiosity, that dangerous seductress, tempted me. I set my camera to record one last video, its lens capturing my tent and its surroundings. I tried to sleep, but the weight of unseen eyes kept me awake. Hours felt like days, but dawn finally arrived. With daylight as my guard, I approached my camera. The video started normally. My tent stood in the center, the forest echoing its nocturnal song. But then, they began to appear. First, at the far edges, and then everywhere. Their numbers seemed unending. But, unlike before, they started to move, closer and closer to my tent. Yet, their approach was eerie. They glided, no footsteps marking their movement, no sound indicating their approach. There I was, in the tent, visibly terrified, fumbling to pack, every so often casting glances outside. The observers reached the perimeter of my tent. And then, they just stood, their forms filling the frame, their silent vigil unsettling. The video showed me finally bursting from the tent, camera in hand, running wildly. Their numbers didn't diminish. They were everywhere, standing, silently observing. And as the video neared its end, they began to fade, one by one, with the approaching dawn. The forest returned to its calm demeanor, its inhabitants none the wiser of the silent observers that held vigil. I left Akigahara with more than what I had bargained for. The elusive owl, which I did manage to photograph, seemed trivial compared to the inexplicable phenomenon I had witnessed. Now, as I sit in the comfort of my home, far from that haunting forest, I can't shake off the feeling of being observed. Every night, as darkness engulfs my world, I feel their unseen eyes, silently watching, forever vigilant. They haven't shown themselves, not yet. But deep down, I know they're there. They always have been, from the corners of my vision, from the edge of consciousness. And every night, their silent observation continues, drawing ever so closer. You don't understand. The night was a shroud of darkness as I stumbled through the desolate forest, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. Every rustle of leaves and distant howl of wind sent shivers down my spine. I had lost my way, the trees a labyrinth that seemed to close in on me with each step. But then, just as despair began to take hold, I stumbled upon a clearing. Moonlight spilled into the open space, illuminating the eerie scene before me. A young woman with flowing blonde hair stood in the center, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and desperation. In her trembling arms, she held a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. Its skin shimmered a sickly shade of gray, reflecting the moonlight like liquid metal. Its reptilian form was both alien and beautiful, with eyes that bore into my soul, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable. The woman's lips moved, forming words that I couldn't hear over the thundering of my heart. I cautiously stepped closer, my curiosity mingling with trepidation. She looked at me with an expression that seemed to beg for help, for understanding. And then, as if sensing my confusion, her voice reached my ears. "Please, you have to help me," she pleaded, her voice quivering. "This creature, it's a guardian of an ancient portal. It's escaped, and if we don't capture it, unspeakable horrors will be unleashed upon our world." I stared at the creature in her arms, its eyes now fixed on me. There was something about those eyes that sent a chill down my spine, a feeling that they held secrets darker than the night itself. The woman's story was bizarre, fantastical even, and yet there was a sincerity in her eyes that I couldn't ignore. Without giving myself time to think, I nodded, my voice caught in my throat. She offered me a strained smile, her grip on the creature tightening as she stepped closer. "We need to find it before it's too late," she said, her voice a mixture of urgency and determination. "Will you help me?" I nodded again, my heart now racing for a different reason. As we ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to twist and contort, their shapes shifting like living things. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the forest grew distant, replaced by an unsettling silence. My steps were heavy, laden with a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake. The woman spoke as we walked, her words weaving a tale of ancient portals, otherworldly dimensions, and the balance that held our reality together. She spoke of sacrifices and guardians, of how she had been chosen to keep watch over this portal, to ensure that the creature never escaped. But as the night wore on, doubts began to gnaw at my mind like hungry rats. The woman's story, while captivating, began to unravel in the face of the evidence before me. The creature's eyes, once pleading, now seemed calculating, almost malevolent. And the more I listened, the more I realized that the balance she spoke of was not one of protection, but of manipulation and control. As the clearing gave way to a twisted thicket, my suspicions were confirmed. A web of lies had ensnared me, and the woman's intentions were far darker than I could have ever imagined. The creature wasn't a guardian, but a sinister entity that she had unleashed upon the world, a malevolent force that thrived on chaos and despair. Panic clawed at my chest as the truth settled in. I was trapped in her scheme, a pawn in a treacherous game of deception and survival. Every step I took was a step deeper into a nightmare, and the woman's once pleading eyes now held a sickening satisfaction. "We're almost there," she cooed, her voice dripping with malice. "Once the creature returns to the portal, its power will be mine to command. And you, dear companion, will be my first offering." The forest seemed to close in on me, its shadows twisting into grotesque shapes. I knew that I had to escape, to find a way to outwit this woman and the sinister entity she sought to control. My mind raced, grasping for any thread of hope. In the distance, a faint glimmer of moonlight illuminated something lying on the forest floor. It was a fragment of the creature's grey skin, torn away during its escape. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the cold, metallic surface. The woman's triumphant grin faltered as I held the shard before me, its surface reflecting the moonlight like a mirror. With a voice that shook with determination, I recited words that I had stumbled upon in a book long forgotten, words that were said to hold power over creatures like the one before me. The creature screeched, a sound that was both otherworldly and agonizing. Its form convulsed, its eyes now filled with a mixture of fury and fear. And then, as if obeying the ancient words, it began to dissipate, its form disintegrating into the night air. The woman's scream of rage echoed through the forest as the last traces of the creature vanished. She lunged at me, her fingers curling into claws, but I held the shard before me, its reflective surface now glowing with a blinding light. The woman recoiled, shielding her eyes from the brilliance. When the light faded, I was alone in the forest once more, the twisted trees and eerie silence now bearing witness to my victory. But the memory of that night still lingers, a reminder that darkness can take on many forms, and that the line between guardian and malevolence is often thinner than we dare to believe. I was hunted. The woods had always beckoned me with their enigmatic allure. There was an undeniable pull, an insatiable curiosity that gnawed at the corners of my mind. Armed with my trusty camera, I finally succumbed to the temptation and ventured deep into their heart, determined to capture their secrets in shades of black and white. The day began with the sun casting long shadows through the towering trees, their leaves rustling with a whispered invitation. The air was cool and inviting as I ventured deeper, each step echoing in the silence. The crunch of leaves beneath my boots was the only sound, a soothing cadence that belied the lurking mysteries of the woods. As dusk fell, an eerie fog began to roll in, casting a veil of uncertainty over the once familiar landscape. It was as if the woods themselves were transforming, shedding their daytime identity for something more sinister. My camera clicked relentlessly, capturing the ethereal dance of mist weaving through the trees. Amidst the swirling fog, a humanoid figure emerged. His form was pale and grey, almost ghostly against the muted backdrop. His movements were jagged and animalistic, a primal dance of predation that sent shivers down my spine. My heart raced as I watched him, a silent witness to a dance of danger. I stumbled backward, my instincts screaming at me to flee. Panic knotted my stomach as I turned and ran, the creature's unsettling movements etched into my memory. The fog twisted what I could see, each tree becoming a potential hiding place for the ominous figure that now hunted me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the woods, the underbrush clawing at my skin as if the very forest itself conspired to hinder my escape. The creature's cries echoed in my ears, a haunting symphony of desperation and fear. I dared not look back, for fear that his grey form would be mere inches behind me. My mind was a chaotic swirl of thoughts, a cacophony of terror and confusion. How had I gone from being the observer to the observed? How had this malevolent entity become my pursuer? My camera swung against my chest, its weight a constant reminder of my chosen profession, a profession that had now led me into a waking nightmare. Desperation led me deeper into the woods, my rationality fraying at the edges. As the creature's inhuman cries drew closer, I stumbled upon an ancient tree, its gnarled branches forming a protective alcove. I pressed my back against the rough bark, clutching my camera to my chest as if it were a lifeline. The very act of capturing life had now thrust me into a game of survival. Time crawled by, the fog cocooning me in isolation. The creature's cries grew louder, his predatory dance a constant reminder that I was not alone. My fingers tightened around the camera's cold metal frame, a futile attempt to find solace in its familiarity. With the first rays of dawn, the creature's cries began to fade, melting into the background like a distant memory. The woods seemed to sigh in relief, the trees standing tall and sentinel once more. I emerged from my protective alcove, battered and traumatized by the ordeal, my camera's roll a testament to the horrors that lurked within the fog-shrouded woods. As I walked back through the woods, the sun now casting its warm embrace upon the earth, I couldn't help but feel the weight of the experience. The allure of the woods had turned from curiosity to caution, a reminder that some mysteries were best left undisturbed. I returned to civilization with my haunting photographs, each image telling a story of fear and survival. I shared my tale with anyone who would listen, a warning etched into my words. But the woods still called, and even as I recount this story now, I feel their enigmatic allure tugging at the corners of my mind. For in the depths of those woods, I learned that some mysteries are not meant to be captured through a lens, but rather left to the shadows where they belong, unseen and untamed. The Vanishing Game. The wind howled through the trees, creating an eerie symphony that sent shivers down my spine as I stood at the edge of the woods. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the landscape. I had heard the whispers, the rumors that had spread through the small town like wildfire. Deep within these woods, an old, forgotten cabin stood as a testament to a chilling and horrifying ritual. the vanishing game. Legend had it that every year, on the same night, 2 zombies would gather at the cabin's doorstep to partake in this sinister game. It was said that they were cursed souls, trapped in a macabre contest for eternity. One would be the seeker, the other the hider, and they would use their decaying instincts to find each other. The catch was that every time one of them was found, they would vanish forever, leaving behind nothing but a trail of entrails and bone fragments. My heart raced as I stood before the cabin, the moonlight casting strange shadows that danced on its weathered walls. The wooden door hung slightly ajar, as if beckoning me to enter and witness the horror that lay within. I knew it was foolish to entertain the stories, to believe that such a twisted game could exist, but the chilling atmosphere of the woods had a way of making even the most rational doubts seem like fleeting thoughts. With a deep breath, I stepped over the threshold and into the cabin. The air inside was heavy, laden with the scent of decay and the dampness of years gone by. Moonlight filtered through the broken windows, casting an eerie glow that revealed the cabin's decrepit state. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, their protests echoing through the silence. As I moved further into the cabin, I found myself in a small, dimly lit room. The walls were adorned with faded wallpaper that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. In the center of the room, a dusty table held a worn deck of playing cards and an old, tattered journal. I picked up the journal and began to read the spidery handwriting that filled its pages. The vanishing game, the words began. The journal detailed the origins of the game, a twisted tale of forbidden magic and a cursed pact. It spoke of the 2 zombies, once lovers in life, who had become trapped in this gruesome contest as punishment for their transgressions. The seeker and the hider, bound by an unbreakable bond, their agony fueling the dark magic that perpetuated their eternal game. My heart raced as I read on, my mind struggling to comprehend the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. The journal spoke of their haunting whispers, their chilling laughter that would fill the cabin as they played their twisted game. It described how the forest had become a graveyard of their grisly contest, the trails of entrails and bones leading to the cabin's doorstep, a grim reminder of their ceaseless pursuit. Suddenly, a sound shattered the silence, a low, guttural growl that echoed from somewhere deep within the cabin. My pulse quickened, and I turned to face the doorway, my eyes widening as I saw them. 2 figures, their bodies twisted and decayed, stood before me. The zombies. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as they stared at me, their mouths opening in silent laughter that sent a chill down my spine. One of them extended a skeletal hand, beckoning me to join their game. Panic surged within me, but I was frozen, unable to tear my gaze away from their haunting forms. With a sudden burst of movement, they lunged toward me, their decaying hands reaching out. Instinct kicked in, and I stumbled backward, crashing into the table. The playing cards scattered, their images distorted by age and decay. The journal fell from my grasp, its pages fluttering like the wings of a trapped bird. I turned and sprinted for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. The woods outside were a blur as I ran, the moonlight guiding my way. I didn't dare look back, fearing what I might see. But as I reached the edge of the woods, a bone-chilling wail echoed behind me, a mournful sound that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. I stumbled out of the woods and into the clearing, gasping for breath as I collapsed to the ground. The cabin stood behind me, a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky. I knew now that the legends were true, that the vanishing game was not just a tale to scare the townsfolk, but a horrifying reality that played out year after year in that forsaken place. As the years passed, the forest became a graveyard of their grisly contest. The trails of entrails and bone fragments served as a chilling testament to the twisted fate that had befallen those cursed souls. The cabin remained at the center, a haunting reminder of the eternal game that played out within its walls. I never spoke of what I had witnessed that night, knowing that others would dismiss it as a mere fabrication. But the memory of those haunting figures, the chilling laughter, and the bone-chilling wail would forever be etched into my mind, a reminder that some horrors are all too real, lurking in the shadows of forgotten places, waiting for those foolish enough to stumble upon them. rooted fear. The dense canopy of trees overhead cast eerie shadows that danced along the forest floor as my sister, Eliza, and I cautiously ventured deeper into the heart of the isolated woods. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the rustling leaves echoed with an unsettling melody. We were on an adventure, two sisters seeking the thrill of the unknown, but little did we know that our curiosity would lead us to a fate far darker than we could have ever imagined. The forest was still, save for the faint sounds of our footsteps on the moss-covered ground. The air was thick with an earthy aroma, and a sense of foreboding settled in the pit of my stomach. We had heard rumors of an abandoned village hidden deep within the woods, a place forgotten by time, and our curiosity had gotten the better of us. As we walked, the trees seemed to grow closer together, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked out the sunlight. The path ahead began to narrow, and I exchanged a nervous glance with Eliza. Still, we pressed on, our determination overshadowing our growing unease. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon the village, or what was left of it. The once thriving settlement was now a haunting tableau of decay. Buildings lay in ruins, overtaken by creeping vines and thorny bushes. It was as though the very land itself had risen up to claim the village, consuming it in a web of living greenery. A shiver ran down my spine as I noticed that even the cobblestone streets were no longer visible beneath the tangle of plants. As we ventured further, the air grew colder, and a chilling wind whispered through the leaves. We were not alone. Eyes hidden within the foliage watched us, and the sensation of being hunted settled in. Eliza and I exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that this village held secrets far darker than mere abandonment. The plants, the very essence of life, were alive here in ways we could never have imagined. We hesitated, unsure if we should flee or uncover the truth hidden within these overgrown walls. Cautiously, we stepped into what appeared to be the village square. In its center stood an ancient well, its stone walls almost invisible beneath a mass of thorns and vines. Something glinted within the well, catching the faint light that filtered through the dense canopy. Drawn by curiosity, we approached cautiously, peering into the well, our breath caught in our throats. It was a mural, a vivid depiction of the villagers practicing a dark form of botanical magic. They were entwined with the plants, their bodies covered in vines, leaves, and blossoms. They seemed almost euphoric, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. A voice, soft as a whisper, seemed to echo in the wind, carrying the words of the mural to our ears. The villagers had sought to become one with the forest, to transcend mortality through a forbidden bond with the plants. But as their connection grew stronger, so did the darkness within them. They needed sacrifices to maintain their existence, to appease the very vegetation they had bound themselves to. As the realization settled upon us, a sinister movement caught our attention from the corner of our eyes. The plants, once passive, were now writhing with a life of their own. Vines slithered along the ground, reaching out like fingers hungry for contact. We stumbled back, our hearts racing, as the truth became inescapable. The villagers had left behind more than just a ghostly memory. The village had woven itself into the very fabric of the forest, and the plants were not only alive, but malevolent. Their hunger for sacrifice had not been sated, and we were their next targets. Panic surged within me as the ground trembled beneath our feet, the vines snaking closer, their thorns glistening with a deadly promise. Eliza and I shared a silent understanding, our bond as sisters giving us strength even in the face of unspeakable terror. We had to find a way out, a way to break the curse that bound this place. The mural had hinted at a way to harness the power of the plants, but the words were cryptic, shrouded in the very darkness we sought to escape. With a desperate determination, we retraced our steps, piecing together the fragmented clues the mural had given us. The ritual required a willing heart, a connection to the forest that transcended fear. We had to become a part of the forest, not through darkness, but through light. Gathering every ounce of courage, Eliza and I faced the advancing vines. As they reached out, we extended our hands, our hearts filled with an overwhelming love for the world around us. The plants hesitated, sensing a harmony that was foreign to their malevolent nature. With a surge of hope, we whispered the words of the ritual, a plea for the forest to embrace us in a way that would break the curse. For a heart-stopping moment, time seemed to stand still. The forest held its breath, and the very air trembled with anticipation. And then, the vines retreated, the thorns retracted, and a soft, warm light enveloped us. We could feel the forest's ancient magic responding to our plea, a counterforce to the darkness that had consumed the villagers. As the forest embraced us, the ground beneath our feet pulsed with a gentle rhythm. The village around us began to fade, its malevolent presence dissipating like morning mist. The curse was broken, the plants returning to their natural state, no longer bound by the villagers' twisted magic. We emerged from the woods, changed in ways both profound and subtle. The experience had left its mark, a deep respect for the power that nature held and the knowledge that darkness could be overcome by the light within us. The forest remained, its secrets hidden once more, but we carried its lessons with us, a reminder that even in the face of rooted fear, love and courage could prevail. Curse of the Hollow Grove. The sun was fading behind the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched like spectral fingers across the forest floor. I stood at the edge of the Hollow Grove, a desolate place whispered about in hushed tones among the townsfolk. They warned of the curse that had lingered there for centuries, a malevolent force that twisted the very heart of the woods into something unnatural and sinister. In the fading light, I could barely make out the gnarled trees that seemed to reach out with twisted limbs, as if eager to ensnare anyone who dared to venture into their domain. Yet, it wasn't the twisted trees that held my gaze, it was the stone statue that stood at the heart of the grove. The statue depicted a woman, her robed form contorted into a haunting pose. Her face was a skull-like visage, hollow eyes staring out into the abyss. They said the statue was the focal point of the curse, a cursed monument that held the key to the grove's torment. A shiver ran down my spine as I stepped over the threshold into the Hollow Grove. The air was thick with an otherworldly chill that seemed to seep into my very bones. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of the wind, sent shivers through me. My steps were cautious, my heart hammering in my chest as I moved closer to the statue. It was as if the very forest itself was watching, waiting. As I drew nearer to the statue, the shadows seemed to grow darker, more oppressive. The statue's hollow eyes bore into me, a weighty gaze that seemed to pierce through my soul. A voice whispered in my mind, urging me to turn back, to flee from this accursed place. But a mixture of fascination and dread held me in place. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the rough stone surface of the statue. It was icy to the touch, sending a shock of coldness through my fingertips. And then, I heard it, a soft, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the forest. The wind carried the sound, twisting it into a haunting melody that seemed to speak of suffering and despair. I pulled my hand back, my heart racing. The wail echoed in my ears, and the forest around me seemed to come alive with movement. Shadows danced on the edge of my vision, and I could swear I saw fleeting glimpses of figures darting among the trees. My breath hitched as the statue's emaciated skull face seemed to glow faintly, its eyes locking onto mine. With a heart full of trepidation, I turned away from the statue and ventured deeper into the Hollow Grove. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches twisted and contorted like the limbs of tortured souls. The air grew colder, and I could hear faint whispers, unintelligible words that seemed to come from all directions at once. As I stumbled through the darkened woods, I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that I was being watched by unseen eyes. I glanced over my shoulder, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw the statue's hollow eyes following me, its skull face contorted into a malevolent grin. I quickened my pace, my footsteps echoing loudly in the oppressive silence. Hours seemed to pass as I wandered deeper into the grove, the forest's twisted paths leading me in circles. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind as I realized that I was lost, trapped within this cursed labyrinth. And then, just as despair threatened to consume me, I saw it, the faint glow of the statue's eyes through the dense foliage. With renewed determination, I pushed forward, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest seemed to resist my every step, as if the very trees were conspiring to keep me from reaching the statue. But I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to unravel the mystery of the curse that held this place in its grip. Finally, I stood before the statue once more, its skull face illuminated by an eerie light that seemed to emanate from within. I stared into those hollow eyes, and suddenly, memories flooded my mind, memories of a time long past, when this grove was a place of ritual and sacrifice. The curse had been born of bloodshed and dark magic, a desperate attempt to harness power beyond mortal comprehension. As the memories unfurled, the statue's skull face seemed to shift, its malevolent grin transforming into a look of sorrow and longing. And then, in a voice that echoed through my mind, I heard her, the woman trapped within the stone, her voice filled with pain and regret. "You are the key," she whispered. "Break the curse, release me." With newfound determination, I delved deeper into the grove's history, uncovering forgotten tales of ancient rituals and forbidden magic. Armed with the knowledge of the curse's origins, I set about undoing the dark magic that had ensnared the forest for centuries. It was a perilous task, fraught with danger and uncertainty, but I refused to be defeated by the malevolent force that had plagued the hollow grove for far too long. Days turned into nights, and with each incantation, each ritual, the forest seemed to fight back harder, as if the curse itself was fighting to maintain its grip. But I persisted, driven by the memory of the woman's sorrowful eyes and the haunting wail that had echoed through the grove. And then, one fateful night, as I stood before the statue, the air grew still, and a profound silence descended upon the forest. The curse's power waned, and I felt a surge of energy pass through me, as if the very woods were rejoicing. The statue's stone began to crack and crumble, and with a final burst of magic, the curse was shattered. In the midst of the falling debris, a figure emerged, a woman, her form no longer trapped within the stone. Her eyes, once hollow and lifeless, were now filled with gratitude and relief. And as the first light of dawn pierced the canopy, the forest around us seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and renewed life. With a smile, the woman stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch my cheek. And then, with a soft whisper, she was gone, the last remnants of the curse fading into the wind. The hollow grove, once a place of darkness and despair, was transformed into a place of beauty and light. As I stood among the rejuvenated trees, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder at the power of redemption and the strength of the human spirit. The curse had been broken, the woman's soul finally set free, and I had played a part in unraveling the centuries-old mystery. And so, the hollow grove was no longer a place of fear and dread, but a testament to the enduring nature of hope and the resilience of the human heart. As I walked away from the grove, the memory of the woman's haunting eyes remained with me, a reminder that even in the darkest of places, there is always a glimmer of light waiting to be found. The Obsidian Children. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the dense woods that surrounded me. My footsteps were the only sound that broke the silence, as I trudged through the undergrowth, my backpack heavy with supplies. I had been hiking for hours, seeking solace in the untouched beauty of nature. But as the shadows lengthened and the air grew colder, I knew I needed to find shelter for the night. That's when I saw it, a dilapidated house, nestled at the edge of the forest. It stood like a relic from another time, its windows shattered and roof sagging under the weight of years gone by. It was unsettling, to say the least, but desperation clung to me like a second skin. I had to spend the night somewhere, and this decaying structure seemed like my only option. I approached cautiously, my flashlight casting a feeble beam of light on the peeling paint and overgrown porch. The air was heavy with the scent of damp wood and rot. Swallowing my unease, I pushed the creaking door open and stepped inside. The interior was just as decrepit as the exterior. Cobwebs clung to every corner, and a thick layer of dust covered the furniture. I set my backpack down and tried to ignore the unease that prickled at the back of my neck. "It's just an old house," I muttered to myself, attempting to convince both my rational mind and racing heart. I spread my sleeping bag on the floor, lit a few candles I had brought, and settled in for what I hoped would be a peaceful night's rest. As the night wore on, I found myself drifting in and out of sleep, the creaks and groans of the old house echoing in my dreams. Just as I was about to succumb to slumber once more, I was jolted awake by a soft, rhythmic knocking. My eyes shot open, my heart pounding as I tried to locate the source of the sound. The knocking persisted, growing louder with each passing moment. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it towards the door. There, in the dim light, I saw 3 small figures standing on the porch. My breath caught in my throat as I took in their appearance, children, or at least what seemed like children. Their skin was as black as obsidian, reflecting the moonlight in an unsettling way. And their eyes, those glowing yellow eyes, devoid of any pupils, fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I stumbled back, my heart racing, as the knocking continued. Their voices, soft as whispers, carried through the cracked door. "Please, mister, can you help us? We're lost." Every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay away, to lock the door and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But something, maybe curiosity or a misguided sense of compassion, compelled me to consider their plea. I hesitated, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. As if sensing my internal struggle, the children's voices grew more urgent. "Please, we're scared. We don't know where we are." Against my better judgment, I found myself inching towards the door. With trembling hands, I slowly turned the doorknob. The moment the door cracked open, a cold gust of wind rushed in, carrying with it an otherworldly chill that pierced my bones. The children stood before me, their expressions a mix of longing and desperation. "Thank you, mister," they chorused in eerie unison. I managed a weak smile, my unease growing with each passing second. "What are you doing out here so late?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. "We were playing in the woods, and we got lost," one of them said, their voice innocent yet hollow. "Can you help us find our way home?" Another chimed in. I hesitated, my mind racing. A part of me wanted to slam the door shut, to shut out these unearthly beings. But another part, the part that couldn't ignore the fear in their voices, compelled me to help them. "All right," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'll help you get home." Their eyes lit up, and for a moment, they seemed almost human. They stepped closer, and as they did, I noticed something strange. Their feet didn't quite touch the ground. It was as if they were gliding, hovering just above the floorboards. "We knew you'd help us," they said, their voices echoing like a haunting melody. I grabbed my backpack, slinging it over my shoulder, and followed them out into the night. The moon was a pale sliver in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the twisted trees. As we walked deeper into the woods, the air grew colder, and the trees seemed to close in around us. My heart pounded in my chest, a sense of dread settling over me like a heavy fog. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something far more sinister than a simple rescue mission. But I couldn't turn back now. I was bound to these obsidian children, and I had no choice but to see this through to its unsettling end. Radiant intrusion. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. My friends and I had rented a remote cabin for the weekend, seeking a break from the stresses of college life. As the first night fell upon us, we gathered around a crackling campfire, trading ghost stories and nervous laughter. The stories were all too familiar: the haunted house, the vengeful spirit, the cursed object, and yet, they never failed to send shivers down our spines. As the last ember of the fire flickered out, we decided to retreat to the cozy cabin. Our footsteps echoed on the wooden deck as we entered, bringing with us the lingering eeriness of the tales we had shared. The cabin was rustic, with a large common area and several small bedrooms branching off from it. We settled in quickly, claiming our rooms and making ourselves at home. My room was simple: a bed with a thick quilt, a small desk, and an old rocking chair in the corner. The moon cast a soft glow through the window, illuminating the room in pale silver. I yawned and stretched, exhaustion pulling at my muscles. Crawling into bed, I closed my eyes, ready to drift into dreamland. But sleep eluded me. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the spooky stories we had exchanged earlier. The cabin creaked and settled, and the night grew quieter. Just as I felt my eyelids growing heavy, a soft, radiant light seeped beneath my bedroom door. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up, rubbing my eyes in disbelief. I watched as the glow grew brighter, casting eerie patterns on the walls. Curiosity and trepidation battled within me. Could this be some sort of prank by my friends, trying to continue the spooky atmosphere of our campfire tales? I swung my legs out of bed and tiptoed to the door, my pulse racing. As I slowly opened the door, the intensity of the light hit me like a physical force. I shielded my eyes with my arm, squinting against the brilliance. When I finally adjusted, my heart nearly stopped. There, standing before me, was a figure. Its body seemed to be composed of shifting shadows, an amorphous form that swayed gently. But what caught and held my gaze were its eyes. They glowed with an otherworldly radiance, like twin stars embedded in the darkness. They pierced through me, seeming to see into the depths of my soul. Fear rooted me in place as the figure stepped closer. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as if it were studying me. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. It was as if my vocal cords had frozen in terror. The figure raised a shadowy appendage, extending it toward me. Panic surged within me, and I stumbled backward, falling to the floor. The figure continued its approach, its glowing eyes never leaving mine. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. A strangled cry tore from my throat as I bolted from the room, slamming the door shut behind me. My friends, awakened by my panicked flight, rushed out of their own rooms to find me pale and shaking in the hallway. I struggled to catch my breath as I stammered out an explanation, recounting the unearthly intruder I had encountered. Skepticism flickered in their eyes as they exchanged doubtful glances. One of them even chuckled nervously, suggesting that I had merely been spooked by my own reflection in a mirror or a trick of the moonlight. But I knew what I had seen. Those radiant, piercing eyes were burned into my memory. As the minutes passed, tension hung in the air like a heavy fog. Suddenly, a soft, resonating hum filled the cabin, vibrating through the floorboards and rattling the windows. The color drained from our faces as the reality of the situation sank in. Whatever I had encountered was not of this world. The cabin seemed to vibrate with increasing intensity, and we huddled together in the common area, our earlier skepticism now replaced with sheer terror. The walls seemed to shimmer, and the very air felt charged with an otherworldly energy. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the humming ceased. The cabin fell into an eerie silence, broken only by our ragged breaths. We exchanged glances, understanding passing between us. There was no denying it anymore. We were not alone, and whatever entity had invaded our space was far from friendly. As the night stretched on, we huddled together, clutching makeshift weapons and casting wary glances at every shadow. The pale light of dawn finally filtered through the windows, banishing the darkness that had held us captive. We emerged from the cabin, bleary-eyed and shaken, to find no trace of the radiant intruder. Though we tried to rationalize the events, to find a logical explanation for the inexplicable, the memory of those piercing, radiant eyes haunted us. The line between reality and the supernatural had blurred, leaving us forever changed by that night of terror and extraterrestrial intrusion. Infested suburbia. I used to think our suburban neighborhood was the embodiment of tranquility, a picture-perfect setting for a family like ours. But that all changed the day I discovered the truth lurking beneath our perfectly manicured lawns and cheerful facades. It began innocently enough, as most things do. One morning, while tending to my garden, I noticed a strange, iridescent growth on the roses. It looked like a tiny, translucent starfish, clinging to the petals. My curiosity piqued. I plucked it off and examined it closely. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a delicate mesh of tendrils, pulsating softly as if it were alive. I showed it to my wife, Emily, who dismissed it as a mere oddity. Probably some new breed of flower parasite, she said with a chuckle. We laughed it off and forgot about it, but that was the beginning of the end. Within days, more of these peculiar parasites appeared, not just on plants but also on insects and birds. They seemed harmless enough, just oddities of nature. But as the weeks went by, our once peaceful neighborhood began to change. People's behavior became erratic. Neighbors who once exchanged friendly waves now avoided eye contact. Children stopped playing outside, and the air grew heavy with an unspoken tension. Emily and I weren't immune to the changes either. We found ourselves arguing over trivial matters, our tempers flaring like never before. Our son, Ethan, became withdrawn, spending hours staring out of his window, his once bright eyes now clouded with a distant look. Then came the night I stumbled upon a horrifying scene. I was taking out the trash when I saw our elderly neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, standing in her backyard, her body contorted in unnatural angles. Her eyes were vacant, and her movements were jerky and mechanical. She was covered in those iridescent parasites, pulsating in synchrony with her grotesque movements. I watched in horror as she tore at the plants, spreading the parasites with a manic urgency. I rushed back inside and locked the doors, my heart pounding. I tried calling the police, but the line was dead. The news was equally grim, reports of similar disturbances throughout the neighborhood, of people behaving like marionettes controlled by some unseen puppeteer. Desperation pushed me to dig deeper into the origins of these parasites. Late one night, armed with a flashlight, I ventured into our backyard. The once pristine lawn was now a sea of writhing tendrils, a grotesque network that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. My light fell upon a hole in the ground, a pit teeming with those parasites. But they were different here, larger, more intricate. It was as if this was their breeding ground, their epicenter. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a shimmering, distorted figure standing at the edge of the pit. It was humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong, its limbs elongated and disjointed. Its head twitched as if trying to focus on me. Fear rooted me to the spot as its whispering voice slithered into my mind. Witness, observer, harbinger. I stumbled back, my heart racing, and managed to escape the yard. The encounter left me shaken, but it also ignited a fire of determination within me. I needed to find a way to stop this, to free my family and neighbors from the clutches of whatever force was controlling them. Days turned into weeks as I researched tirelessly, piecing together fragments of information about ancient rituals, extraterrestrial phenomena, and the dark corners of folklore. My investigation led me to believe that these parasites were alien in origin, a sentient species that had infiltrated our world with a sinister purpose. Armed with newfound knowledge, I began crafting a plan. I scavenged ingredients from around the neighborhood, combining elements from various sources to create a concoction I hoped would disrupt the parasite's control. With each passing day, the influence of the parasites seemed to grow stronger, their grip on our reality tightening. The night of reckoning arrived, shrouding the neighborhood in an eerie darkness. Armed with my makeshift solution, I ventured into the heart of the backyard, where the pit of parasites seethed. The shimmering figure emerged once more, its distorted form casting grotesque shadows in the moonlight. I threw the concoction into the pit, and a piercing shriek echoed through the air, a chorus of agony from the parasites. The ground convulsed, tendrils thrashing wildly. The figure contorted in pain, its form flickering and distorting before dissolving into a cloud of iridescent particles. The parasites, now writhing in agony, lost their control over the residents. Emily, Ethan, and I watched as the neighborhood slowly began to return to normal, the tendrils receding into the ground. The price we paid was heavy, the trauma, the loss of innocence, but we were free from the clutches of the infestation. In the aftermath, life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the scars of that ordeal remained. Our once idyllic suburban haven had been forever tainted by the horrors we had witnessed. And as I gazed out into the yard, I couldn't help but wonder how many other neighborhoods, how many other families, were blissfully unaware of the lurking terrors that could unravel their lives in an instant. Alien hybrid nightmare. Every night, I am haunted by the same terrifying dream. It's like a relentless cycle of horror that wraps its icy fingers around my mind as soon as I close my eyes. I've become a prisoner of my own subconscious, trapped in a never-ending nightmare that I can't escape from. And as each night passes, the boundary between dream and reality blurs, leaving me in a state of perpetual fear. In this recurring dream, I find myself paralyzed, lying on an alien table in a dimly lit room. The air is heavy with an otherworldly scent, a mix of metallic tang and something sickeningly sweet. Above me loom shadowy figures with elongated limbs and dark, emotionless eyes. They move with an unsettling grace, their every gesture deliberate and precise. I try to scream, to beg for mercy, but my voice is stolen by an invisible force, leaving me mute and helpless. The memories of the dream come in disjointed flashes, like scenes from a movie on fast forward. I feel sharp, searing pain as they cut into my flesh, conducting their grotesque experiments. They insert cold, metallic instruments into my body, probing and extracting, and all the while, I am trapped in a body that is not my own. The pain is excruciating, yet I cannot escape, cannot wake up from this living nightmare. As the nightmarish images flicker in and out of focus, I catch glimpses of the creatures' faces. They are unlike anything I have ever seen, a twisted blend of insect-like features and humanoid form. Their skin is a sickly shade of grey, and their limbs seem to stretch on forever, bending and contorting in unnatural ways. But the eyes are the worst part, those hollow, black eyes that seem to pierce through my very soul. Weeks turn into months, and still, the dreams persist. I wake up every morning drenched in sweat, my heart racing as I try to shake off the lingering terror. The lines between day and night blur as I become increasingly sleep-deprived, the weight of the dreams pressing down on me like a suffocating darkness. I dread the moment when I have to close my eyes, knowing what horrors await me in the realm of sleep. And then, one fateful night, everything changes. I find myself once again on that cold, sterile table, but this time, something is different. The air is heavy with anticipation, and I sense a presence in the room that wasn't there before. As I struggle against my invisible restraints, I catch sight of movement in the shadows, two figures, smaller and more delicate than the others. My heart clenches in my chest as I realize what they're holding. Two fetal forms, suspended in translucent chambers, their alien features unmistakable. These are not the monstrous creatures that torment me. No, these are something else, something that sends a shiver down my spine. They look almost human, but distorted, their limbs elongated, their skin an eerie shade of blue-gray. Their eyes are closed, and they seem peaceful, as if they're merely sleeping. A voice, not audible, but echoing in my mind, speaks softly, "They are yours." My heart pounds in my chest as I try to comprehend the words. "No," I scream internally, "they can't be mine." But the unseen presence insists, "They are a part of you, a creation born from our experiments." Tears well up in my eyes as a mixture of horror and sorrow washes over me. The creatures, these hybrids, are a grotesque reflection of the violation I've endured in my dreams. I feel an inexplicable connection to them, a motherly instinct mixed with revulsion. I want to tear my gaze away, to reject their existence, but I am frozen, unable to look away from the twisted offspring before me. The dream begins to fragment, the scenes overlapping and fading like a broken film reel. The pain, the fear, the knowledge, it all swirls together in a maelstrom of emotion. And then, in a burst of searing agony, I wake up. I sit up in bed, gasping for air, my body drenched in sweat. The room is bathed in the cold light of dawn, and for a moment, I am disoriented, unsure if I'm still trapped in that nightmarish reality. Slowly, I touch my own skin, reassuring myself that I am in my own body, in my own room. But the memory of those hybrid creatures lingers, a haunting reminder of the darkness that resides within me. Weeks pass, and the dreams continue. The hybrids haunt my every thought, their presence an inescapable weight on my mind. I can't shake the feeling that they're real, that they exist somewhere beyond the confines of my nightmares. The boundary between dream and reality blurs even further, and I find myself questioning my own sanity. I've become a prisoner of my own mind, trapped in a cycle of horror that threatens to consume me. Every night, I relive the pain and fear, and every morning, I wake up with the knowledge that those creatures, those hybrids, are a part of me, whether I want them to be or not. And as the line between dream and reality fades, I am left to wonder if I will ever escape the darkness that has taken hold of my soul. The Hookman's Revenge. The air was thick with anticipation as Sarah and I drove down the winding road leading to our secluded cabin near the lake. The autumn leaves painted a mesmerizing tapestry of red and gold, setting the stage for what was meant to be a romantic weekend getaway. Nestled deep within the woods, the cabin promised us a peaceful retreat from the hustle and bustle of city life. As we settled into the cozy cabin, the crackling fireplace and the dim glow of the rustic lanterns cast an enchanting ambience. We unpacked our bags, feeling the weight of our everyday worries slipping away with each passing minute. The cabin had a timeless charm, seemingly untouched by the passage of years. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the cabin's windows framed the deepening darkness outside. Sarah and I shared stories and laughter, relishing the freedom of being away from it all. But as the night drew in, a strange sense of unease began to settle over us. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an almost indistinguishable murmur. I turned on the small, vintage radio sitting on a wooden shelf, hoping to break the eerie silence. The radio crackled to life, and a news report began. My heart sank as I heard the words that seemed to cut through the air like a chilling breeze. An escaped convict, notorious for his hook for a hand, had managed to flee a nearby prison. The news anchor's voice was heavy with caution as he warned residents to stay vigilant. Sarah exchanged a worried glance with me, and we both couldn't help but remember the urban legend that had been whispered around campfires during our childhoods, the tale of the Hook Man, a malevolent killer with a hook for a hand who preyed on young couples. It was said that he would target those who parked in isolated areas, and his hook would gleam in the moonlight just before he struck. Trying to shake off the unease, we dismissed the news report as a mere coincidence. After all, urban legends were just stories, right? With a nervous laugh, we turned off the radio and decided to watch a movie to distract ourselves. As the movie played on, I noticed Sarah's gaze wandering toward the cabin's windows every now and then. Her fingers played with the pendant around her neck, a nervous habit I had come to recognize. I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close, hoping to provide some reassurance. But then, a distinct scraping sound interrupted the movie's audio. It was as if claws were dragging along the roof of the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest, and I saw the color drain from Sarah's face. I muted the TV, and the scraping persisted, a slow, deliberate sound that seemed to crawl beneath our skin. "What is that?" Sarah's voice quivered. "I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a branch or an animal." I tried to sound confident, but my own fear was palpable. As if on cue, the scraping came to a sudden stop, leaving behind an almost suffocating silence. We exchanged a glance filled with unease, the tension in the room growing heavier by the second. Deciding to investigate, I cautiously made my way to the cabin's front door, Sarah clutching my arm. I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the surroundings. I looked up at the cabin's roof, and there, hanging from the eaves, was a sight that sent shivers down my spine, an unmistakable, bloody hook. My heart raced, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I turned to Sarah, who had gone pale, her eyes fixed on the gruesome object. The legends flooded back, and a sense of terror unlike any I'd ever experienced gripped me. "We need to call the police," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. We retreated back into the cabin and dialed 911, our voices shaky as we tried to explain the situation. The dispatcher assured us that officers would be sent to investigate. The minutes that followed felt like an eternity, the suspense and dread hanging in the air like a heavy fog. When the police arrived, we led them outside to show them the hook, but to our horror, it was gone. The eaves were empty, the only evidence of its presence being the faint stains of dried blood. The officers assured us that they would search the area, but their words did little to quell our fear. The rest of the night was a blur of anxiety and paranoia. Every sound outside seemed magnified, every creak of the floorboards inside sent our hearts racing. We huddled together on the couch, the darkness pressing in on us, as we waited for dawn to break. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the curtains, we felt a glimmer of relief. The night had passed, and the cabin was bathed in the warm embrace of morning. The police returned later that day, reporting that they hadn't found any signs of the escaped convict nearby. As we packed our bags to leave the cabin, the sense of dread still lingered in the air. We locked the door behind us, the memories of that night etched into our minds forever. We had been thrust into a real-life horror story, one that left us questioning the lines between legend and reality. To this day, the sound of scraping branches or the sight of a hook brings back the fear and paranoia of that fateful night. The hookman's revenge, whether imagined or not, had left an indelible mark on our souls, a chilling reminder that sometimes, the darkest tales have a way of creeping into the realm of the living.
Thank you for watching, and remember, the darkness awaits. Until our paths cross again, stay fearful and stay subscribed.